Chapter 968. The three Lord of Heaven waved their hands and gestured for their subordinates to attack. A large group of God King and Saint King experts. They were Star Lords. As for Saint King experts, they were not called Saint Kings in the divine realm, but mortal lords. This meant that they were still in the category of ordinary strength. They did not have the power of the stars. Of course, they were mortal lords. In an instant, a large group of experts pounced down, and with a ferocious pressure, the barrier was crushed like paper paste. Yi Tianyun's protective shield, including the one set up by the three great God Kings, were all crushed by the pressure. What 10 stars? What ancient Ming divine pagoda? At most, they could kill some mortal lords or ordinary star lords, because there were too many of them, and with the support of the three Lord of Heaven, the protective shield was immediately crushed. Fan Hongda's back was drenched in cold sweat. He wanted to kill the other enemies, but he found that he could not move at all. His body was locked in place, and he could not move at all. An invisible force surrounded his body, making him feel that he could not move at all. As long as the other side squeezed gently, he would be easily crushed. What do you want to do? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk nonsense. Fan Hongda was not afraid of death, but he felt sad. He had cultivated for so many years, thinking that breaking through to the God King stage would make the three realms safer. Now, it seemed that it was all nonsense. Even if there were 4 or 5 more God Kings, it would be like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Kill you? Of course not. We want to see what's going on here. We sent so many people here and they all died. You should know that they are quite strong. Even if they are a group of trash, they should not die without knowing why. Heavenly Lord Sakya's soul looked at him coldly and opened his mouth slightly, revealing his terrifying white teeth. That's true. Let's see if there are other forces down there. Maybe there are other Lord of Heaven hiding in some corner, or a stronger Earth Lord. Otherwise, how could they have dealt with our people so easily? The Lord of Heaven did not care much about what was going on here. He was not interested in facing some ants. I checked earlier. The strongest person in this small world is this star venerate before me. Sakya, I Lord of Heaven, who had an eye on his forehead, slowly opened his eyes. It was as if nothing could escape the detection of the spiritual eye on his forehead. The 3 of them were the Sakyamuni brothers, the 3 Lord of Heaven, killing machines that belonged to the evil spirit race. This time, they felt that they had made a mountain out of a molehill. A small planet required the 3 of them to make a move. This made them very unhappy and felt that they had been underestimated. However, they had no other choice. Their boss had asked them to come over, so they could only follow orders. The strongest is the Star Lord. They frowned. If the Star Lord was the strongest, it was impossible for all the people sent out to be annihilated. Speak. Who is your helper? Which force is he from? They looked at Fan Hongda, waiting for him to explain the situation. I don't know, Fan Hongda said solemnly. You don't know. Sakya Soul's eyes were ice cold as he grinned and said, Of course, we don't mind using a soul search to search all your memories and see what you are thinking. They were not worried that Fan Hongda would not say anything. As long as they used a soul search, they could easily deal with him. Fan Hongda began to struggle. He couldn't even choose to self-destruct. His body was completely imprisoned. Not only could he not escape, he couldn't even choose to commit suicide. He was worried that all his memories would be dug out. This would undoubtedly expose Yi Tianyun's situation. Even if he died, Yi Tianyun would not be a problem. At least with Yi Tianyun around, they still had hope of revenge. He believed that if the other party invaded, this place would definitely be destroyed. Perhaps it would be devoured, and not a single one would be left alive. If Yi Tianyun and the others were still alive, then there would at least be hope. Do you think it's possible to commit suicide? They sneered. They felt that Fan Hongda was overestimating himself and wanted to commit suicide in front of them. If he could commit suicide in front of them, then they would really have no face left. Fan Hongda gritted his teeth. He could only watch helplessly as the other party used a soul search on him. As for biting his tongue to commit suicide, it was meaningless for someone at his level. Can't I escape the fate of being destroyed? Fan Hongda felt very sad. He had paid such a high price to defend this place, but in the end it was still going to end. Not only was the situation above controlled, but the situation below was also quickly suppressed. A large number of Saint King Stage and God King Stage powerhouses were suppressing them. How could they resist? When Shi Shuiyun and the others were ready, suddenly an eagle flew out from the bottom of the heavenly cloud divine kingdom and rushed directly towards the evil spirit race. When everyone saw this eagle, they were taken aback. Usually this eagle didn't move at all. It just ate and slept, and when it woke up it would eat again. It never listened to anyone's orders, not even Shi Shuiyun. Because it was left by Yi Tianyin, no one paid attention to it and no one dared to interfere. But at this moment, it suddenly rushed up and didn't listen to anyone's orders. It seemed like it was going to die. What's going on with this giant eagle? Shi Shuiyun and the others were puzzled. When the giant hawk pounced forward, the evil spirit race did not even look at it. He grabbed the giant hawk and stuffed it into his mouth, easily swallowing it. It's dead. They thought that the giant eagle would do something, but it was killed just like that. Everything happened so fast that no one knew what happened. Kill. Shi Shuiyun's eyes were cold. Her cultivation had broken through to the Saint King Stage, so she had a chance of winning against a Saint King Stage powerhouse. At the same time, a group of demon beasts rushed up madly. These were all Yi Tianyin's pets. However, the highest cultivation was at the peak of the Saint King Stage. Because the distance was too far, they couldn't get experience when Yi Tianyin killed them. Obviously, there was a distance limit. If there was no limit, these pets would have broken through to the Earth Monarch Stage. Haha, these are some low-level demon beasts, but they can still be eaten. These evil spirit race laughed loudly, grabbed the pets and stuffed them into their mouths, eating them very sweetly. They were completely abused, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Show! A cold light cut through the sky, and a Saint King Stage evil spirit race person was easily cut in half. Shi Shuiyun's white clothes fluttered gently, and her bulging belly could be seen. It has been several years, but she didn't give birth to a child. She had been pregnant for too long. However, in the face of this battle, she could only come out and fight. No one could hide. Even if someone told her to hide, she must fight. This woman, eat her! An evil spirit race demon god on the side looked at her coldly and opened his huge mouth to swallow her. Shi Shuiyun's face changed, and she quickly waved her sword several times, and the ultimate sword light slashed on his body, but nothing happened. The gap in cultivation was too big, and skills alone couldn't make up for it. Child, it seems that we won't be able to see your father come back. Shi Shuiyun bit her lips and resolutely waved her sword. She knew that it was useless to escape. The gap in cultivation was too big, and there was no way to escape. We will see him. A familiar figure suddenly appeared in the sky. That sturdy and reliable figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. Chapter 969. The familiar figure did not look tall and sturdy, but it was like a majestic mountain that stood in front of everyone, blocking any disaster. Tianyin! Shi Shuiyun's eyes were filled with tears of joy. The original despair was replaced by tears of joy. Who would have thought that Yi Tianyin would still rush back at such a critical moment, as if he had predicted danger and quickly rushed over from outside? Of course, Yi Tianyin did not rush back because he had predicted danger, but because he had some tricks up his sleeves. The first was the restriction outside. Once it was destroyed, it would notify him. Obviously, this had failed. He did not even feel anything when it was destroyed. The distance was too far. He did not even feel anything when it was destroyed. As there was no way to test it, he prepared a second method, which was pets. Once the pets died, he would definitely know. This was because he had a pet status bar. Once they died, it would immediately be displayed. They could not enjoy experience points, but if they died, they would definitely immediately send a message. The main reason for these two methods was because they did not have enough ability to carve high-grade jade pendants. If there was a problem, they would still be able to send a message. This was just like how the evil spirit race would know after demon god Long Yu and the others died. Thus, the giant eagle immediately rushed up and chose to commit suicide. This was the order that Yi Tianyin had given. Although it was sacrificing the pet, this was the second method. The result was obvious. He immediately felt it in the Life God Palace, allowing him to quickly rush up from the lowest point and spend a little time. Actually, he could be faster, which was to disappear on the spot. However, it would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. This was not a good method. Of course, if it took a long time to go up, he would definitely use the teleportation god stone immediately. With a human life at stake, everything else had to be put aside. Fortunately, it did not take too long to go up. In less than half a minute, he rushed up in one go. From the looks of it, the time was very reasonable. It was not too slow nor too fast. It was just enough to catch up. "I'm back, leave it to me." Yi Tianyin waved his hand lightly, and Shi Shuyan was sent down by this energy, preventing her from being affected. Die. The evil spirit race demon god could not be bothered with the person who had suddenly appeared. As long as he was not of the same race, they would not hesitate to devour him. Scram! Yi Tianyin extended his hand and flicked it, releasing a formless energy. The pouncing evil spirit race immediately turned into a pile of blood mist and dissipated in the air. The evil spirit race members at the side were all dumbfounded. This was a demon god, a god king, which was equivalent to a star venerate. How could it be killed so easily? Equip the sword Saint Set. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he instantly equipped the sword Saint Set. He didn't need a powerful set. Just the sword Saint Set was enough. Most of the weapons here were at the divine artifact level, and that was just a few of them. Most of them were at the sacred artifact level, so the sacred sword set was enough. Immediately after, tens of thousands of holy artifacts floated in the air. He aimed at the evil spirit race rankers who were pouncing down and lightly pointed. Kill! Swish, swish, swish. The attacks that were like a rain of swords pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, a large number of evil spirit race experts were easily killed, turning into piles of experience. His harvest was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, many evil spirit race experts were killed. Due to the significant increase in his cultivation, there was an amazing breakthrough in his control. Even if it was only at the sacred artifact level, it was easy for him to deal with demon gods. With the help of many EXP cards, Yi Tianyun's experience continued to rise. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race expert, Star Lord 2nd level, gained 365, 8 billion EXP, 7, 8 million crazy points, 100,000 SPs, obtained evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race expert, Star Lord 3rd level, gained Yi Tianyun's experience increased explosively, which made him feel very satisfied. Sure enough, only by killing evil spirit race experts can I gain experience faster. Yi Tianyin gained a lot of EXP in the Life Temple, but it was not enough to kill so many evil spirit race experts. With the help of many EXP cards, there was an amazing, explosive effect. Of course, there were not so many evil spirit race experts for him to kill at every moment. Therefore, in the overall situation, it was better to cultivate in the life core. Moreover, the life core could also increase the power of the planets in his body. Run! Run! When the evil spirit race experts saw Yi Tianyun's killing intent, they turned around and fled, seeking help from the Lord of Heaven. But what greeted them was thousands of swords piercing their hearts. Yi Tianyin will not let any of them go, He will make them stay here. He will not let them escape. Tianyin killed all the evil spirit race experts along the way, and soon he rushed out of the three realms. When he saw the three Lord of Heaven outside, he stretched out his hand, and a violent energy quickly wrapped around Fan Hongda and dragged him over. Sakya's eyes narrowed, his imprisonment actually failed, and he was forcibly dragged over by the other party. What's going on? There is another Earth Lord. Sakya's eyes shrunk. He just searched inside and out, but he didn't find any trace of Tianyin, so he was surprised that Tianyin suddenly appeared. Sakya's eyes, it seems like your eyes are a bit blurry, Sakya Dragon teased. Such a big fish, he actually could not detect it. Three Lord of Heaven, I have to say, the evil spirit race really thinks highly of our three realms. Tianyin sized up the three Lord of Heaven. Their cultivations were all around the first and second levels of the Lord of Heaven. In fact, the first and second levels of the Lord of Heaven could be very powerful, but their highest level was the seventh level of the Earth Lord. It was really not enough for him. Without an Earth Lord above the eighth level, there's really no meaning in breaking through. However, this was based on him breaking through several levels. If he did not leave this place to go to the divine realm, the three Lord of Heaven would definitely die. Now it was different. Not only did he have the cultivation of the fifth level of the Earth Lord, he also had the 64 times crazy mode. If not me, who else? Indeed, we all feel that we have overestimated you, three Lord of Heaven and a large group of experts. Do you think you are worthy? Sakya's soul laughed disdainfully. Even if we do not make a move, the others are enough to trample you all. That is true. Tianyin stretched out his hand and smiled. Come over here. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Lei Zhengyu from before. When he first appeared, he was still confused. He did not know what was going on. He just appeared here. Boss E? When Lei Zhengyu saw Tianyin, he felt very puzzled. Tianyin looked for him, of course. Because he needed help, Lei Zhengyu's cultivation was not weak. He could help him deal with a group of people. Since he was accepted as a god general, he was not worried that Lei Zhengyu would betray him. Chapter 970. Brother Lei, help me get rid of these guys, but not in this area, but in the area below. Tianyin was referring to the netherworld. With his cultivation, getting rid of them would not be a problem, especially with the mid-grade reincarnation level weapon he had given him. He would definitely be able to crush these demon gods. So, it's the trash of the evil spirit race, no problem. Lei Zhengyu did not know what was going on when he was summoned. But since Tianyin had said so, he would not delay at all, especially since he knew the evil spirit race. In the next moment, Lei Zhengyu flew towards the netherworld, turned into a bolt of lightning, and disappeared in front of everyone. Following that, a pitch-black light chased after him. Its speed was several times faster than Lei Zhengyu's. However, Tianyin's figure was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he flashed in front of the attack, stretched out his hand, and smacked the attack away. The three Lord of Heaven sent by the evil spirit race are looking down on the three realms, but I have to say that they are still too weak. If you want to deal with the three realms, you need to be at least at the divine Lord level of cultivation, understand? Tianyin grinned, and his gaze immediately locked onto Shakyamon. Shakyamon's cultivation was the lowest, so he would be the first target. Only the divine Lord can deal with you? The three of them were startled, and then they laughed out loud. This is simply nonsense. And you still want to use the divine Lord to deal with you? We admit that you are quite capable, but you can't even handle the three of U.S. Lord of Heaven. Is that so? In my opinion, you are just a pile of trash. Tianyin stretched out his hand and lightly pointed, and the flying swords around him quickly flew towards the heaven realm. With his current ability, he could control the flying swords to attack anywhere in the three realms, so he could easily eradicate the evil spirit race in the heaven realm. Shakyamon's gaze turned cold. He opened his huge hand and grabbed the flying swords that were flying towards the heaven realm, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Controlling the sky with one hand, This was the power of the Lord of Heaven. The cultivators below were all stunned. Even a god king wouldn't be able to do this, right? With one hand holding the entire sky, it could be said that he had covered up the entire place, making it impossible to see anything clearly. On the other hand, it could be imagined that he could directly crush the mortal world with his hand, just like crushing a small stone. He wanted to intercept these flying swords. They could see that these flying swords were quite powerful. If they were allowed to fly past, their subordinates would definitely be killed. God King Skycloud. They were all worried about Tianyin. Shuyun rubbed her stomach and looked up at Tianyin in the sky. Although it hadn't been many years since they last met, seeing him again made her feel very at ease. However, right now they were extremely worried. They had never seen this power before, and even though they were below, they could feel their bodies trembling. It wasn't that they were afraid, but this force made their bodies tremble involuntarily. With these flying swords, then I'll intercept them all. Let's see how you're going to resist, then. Boom! Before any of them could react, Shakyamuni had been blasted into a bloody mist. The mist continued to fall from the sky. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Who told you to intercept my flying swords? Tianyun's figure appeared next to Shakyamuni. There wasn't a single trace of blood on his body. As for Shakyamuni, he had already been blasted into a bloody mist. God King Skycloud. Fan Hongda, who was rescued, looked at Tianyun in shock. He didn't expect that Tianyin would really come back. Previously, the elder of the ancient Ming Divine Pagoda wanted to unify the three realms. Now he suddenly appeared, and his power was so terrifying. If he really wanted to unify the three realms and drive the heavenly cloud divine nation off the altar, then the ancient Ming Divine Pagoda would be destroyed. Fortunately, he didn't do that. Otherwise, after the evil spirit race was destroyed, the ancient Ming Divine Pagoda would be finished. Tianyin nodded. He didn't know about these things. He immediately controlled the flying swords to fly towards the heavenly realm. Soon, those flying swords joined the battlefield and reaped the lives of the evil spirit race. Now that the three realms had defenses, the situation in the three realms was quickly stabilized. There were no large-scale casualties. The remaining two Lord of Heaven were shocked. Shakyamuni, whose cultivation was almost the same as theirs, was killed in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have a chance to react. Are you the one who killed our companions? Their faces were gloomy as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly became alert and didn't dare to relax. The contempt in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by a sense of solemnity and crisis. Yes, is there a problem? Tianyin looked at them and said indifferently, batch after batch, it seems that the core here is quite attractive to you. Yes, the core of this place is very good. I admit that your strength isn't weak, but compared to us, you are still too weak. If you hand over the core and join us, we, the evil spirit race, are willing to not hold you responsible. We will even arrange a good planet for you to stay and settle down. They started to put forward their conditions for negotiation. Only when their strength was equal would they have the right to negotiate. Arrange a good planet? I think that planet doesn't have a core at all. A planet without a core has such a thin energy. To me, it's no different from trash. Tianyin sneered. Moreover, I've already said that I'll kill as many as you come. No matter what the conditions are, I'll kill without mercy. There were many planets outside, many larger than the three realms, but these planets didn't have cores. A planet without a core was like a huge rock. It was impossible for life to grow, and it was of no help to nurture life. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyin took a step in the air and charged towards the two of them. The two of them immediately roared and erupted with all their strength. Their bodies emitted a golden light, and their originally pitch-black bodies became as dazzling as gold. They felt that their defense had increased by a large amount, and they could shake the heavens and shake the earth. How can a grain of rice compete? Yi Tianyun's eyes flowed with a red light, and a shocking killing intent was released from the red energy crystal in his body, enveloping the two of them. This killing intent was absorbed from the god-killing pagoda. Now that it was released, it instantly pierced into their heads. In the next moment, a wave of killing intent surged in their hearts, and the vision in front of them gradually turned red. This killing intent immediately affected their rationality. Sakya Hun seemed to have gone crazy as he pounced towards Yi Tianyun. However, he didn't use any martial arts, nor did he use any weapons. He only used his fists to smash forward. But could he win with just these few things? He didn't even use his strongest power. This was the use of killing intent. It could make the opponent lose their rationality, but they couldn't even use any weapons or techniques. They were like idiots. Chapter 971. Sakya Hun was immediately affected by Yi Tianyun's murderous aura, but Sakya Ai's situation was slightly better, especially the eye on his forehead. He can still hold on and not be affected by the murderous aura. But Sakya Hun wasn't so lucky. He roared and rushed towards Yi Tianyun. He didn't use any power. He just rushed towards Yi Tianyun like a fool. "Wake up!" Sakya Ai roared. A strong sound wave came out of his mouth and hit Sakya Hun's soul, trying to wake him up. Sakya Hun's body shook under this roar. His eyes that were filled with red light gradually began to return to normal color. He didn't expect Sakya Ai to be able to break Yi Tianyun's murderous aura. Of course. This doesn't make much sense. Yi Tianyun's figure has already rushed over, and with the heavenly divine spear in his hand, he pierced through Sakya Hun's body. Sakya Hun just woke up. The white light penetrated his huge body. Accompanied by a bang sound, Sakya Hun was easily killed, turned into a lot of EXPing, successfully killed Sakya Hun, gained 637 billion EXP, 11 million CPS1, 7 million SPs, obtained evil spirit soul, evil spirit's blood, evil spirit's bone. A lot of EXP kept popping up if he absorbed the energy from the life core before. It would take him a long time to get so much EXP. Of course, this was only possible with the help of the experience card. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation is too low, he would have directly entered the evil spirit race's ancestral land and started a massacre. At that time, his cultivation level will definitely soar. It will be much better than cultivating in the life temple. Sakya Hun. Sakya Ai's eyes were red. These are his brothers. 2 of them were killed in a blink of an eye. How could he not be angry, but also sad? "Oh, you can still feel sad." Yi Tianyun looked at him and said with a faint smile, "I thought you are cold-blooded. You don't have any feelings of sadness. I swear that even if I die, our evil spirit race will completely flatten your world." Sakya roared with red eyes. Seeing his angry roar, Yi Tianyun sneered and said, "Oh, now you know how it feels when your brother dies? We, the 3 realms, have never provoked you, but because of you, countless people have died. Or rather, the weak are prey to the strong. That's very good. I will let your evil spirit race know what the law of the jungle is." "Ha ha ha, delusional human race. Even if I give you 10,000 years, you won't be able to catch up to our evil spirit race." Sakya's eyes were filled with anger as he smiled. At the same time, he condensed the strongest strength in his body, ready to erupt at any time. "Don't worry. Even if I really can't deal with you, I'll keep pestering you. I'll kill every one of you I see, and I'll run away after I kill one. I'd like to see how many of you there are for me to kill." Yi Tianyun's voice was icy cold, his eyes filled with determination. Even if he couldn't win, wouldn't he escape if he did? He didn't need to kill his way into the ancestral land. He just needed to find them, and when they left to do their missions, he could harvest them. Sakya's eyes narrowed. The fact that Yi Tianyun could easily kill his brother meant that he had the power of the Lord of Heaven. If there was an extremely shameless Lord of Heaven that constantly interfered with them, it would really be a headache. Then go to hell. Sakya's eyes revealed a trace of a sneer as he extended his hand towards Yi Tianyun's head. A sure-kill divine light shot out from the eye on his forehead. The pitch-black light was like a black hole that could devour everything as it pierced towards Itianyan. The area that was touched was immediately engulfed by this energy, causing the surroundings to turn pitch-black. Even more space began to collapse. The space of the three realms was completely unable to withstand this terrifying power. A large area was engulfed by this light. It had been daytime just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a pitch-black night sky. It seemed that while Sakya's eyes were negotiating with Itianyan, he was actually accumulating power and unleashing his strongest attack. Facing this power that could penetrate everything, Itianyan's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to block this attack. Boom, 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 violent attacks continuously bombarded Itianyan's body. Following that, the pitch-black light turned into a black ball of light that enveloped him. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Did you really think that we would recruit you? Sakya's eyes were filled with resentment. When you killed my brother, you were destined to die. Sakya's eyes had only casually said a few words. He definitely wouldn't choose to recruit Itianyan. How could he let go of an enemy who had killed so many of his comrades? Unless Itianyan's cultivation was strong enough to make the evil spirit race fear him, they wouldn't even think about recruiting him. No one would be willing to recruit an enemy. God, King Skycloud, when they saw the situation above, they felt as if their hearts were being tightly strangled. They didn't know how Itianyan's situation was. Being hit by such a terrifying power head-on, he definitely wouldn't feel good, right? Rip! The pitch-black void was suddenly torn apart, and the originally pitch-black sky returned to normal. Itianyan's figure reappeared in front of everyone. His body was completely unharmed, and his entire body was covered in red dragon scales. If one looked closely, they wouldn't even look like dragon scales. Instead, they looked like layers of thick red crystals that covered the surface of his body. They possessed astonishing defensive power. This is your power. Itianyan looked down at him and said coldly, if the evil spirit race only has this kind of power, I'll flatten your ancestral land tomorrow. No, impossible. Sakya's eyes had used all his strength. The attack was filled with dense death energy, and it could corrode everything, but it couldn't even corrode a single hair on Itianyan's body. It couldn't even break a piece of the crystals on his body, let alone his skin. He was completely unharmed. I hope the evil spirit race will send more experts next time. These are too weak. After saying that, Itianyan held the heavenly divine spear tightly and pierced through. Extreme radiance. His eyes flashed, and the spear in his hand flickered with a cold light, turning into an extreme light that cut through the sky. Unlike the attack of Sakya's eyes, it was a warm light that bathed the surroundings, making people feel very comfortable. When Sakya's eyes opened his mouth to say something, it was already too late. He could only see his vision covered by the white light, and then all his consciousness disappeared. Actually, he wanted to say that Itianyan couldn't deal with the evil spirit race, but Itianyan didn't want to listen to his long-winded words anymore. Bang! Sakya's eyes exploded in the air, turning into a blood mist that was quickly evaporated by the extreme white light. Chapter 972. The three Lord of Heaven were easily taken care of, as if they were drinking water. Itianyan felt that the difference between him and those death gods was too great. Those death god generals were much stronger than them. Back then, he had easily taken care of them. Now that he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, under crazy mode, these people were nothing but trash. After killing the three Lord of Heaven, Itianyan immediately went to support the other two worlds. He used his strongest power to sweep over, and wherever he went, a bloody mist would erupt. The three Lord of Heaven were gone, which meant that what was left was a group of defenseless evil spirit race that could be easily taken care of. Ding! Congratulations to player Itianyan for successfully reaching the level of the 6 refinements Earth Lord. Do you want to level up now? Not for now. Yi Tianyin was not surprised. There were so many evil spirit races here, and after killing them all, he would be able to earn a lot. It was not surprising that he would be able to obtain the experience needed to level up. Especially before he returned, he had absorbed a lot of experience. After returning and earning a lot of money, he could easily level up. This was just as he had said. This group of evil spirit races were here to give him experience. The other party was already very cautious, sending out 3 Lord of Heaven cultivators. There were very few Earth Lords in Fanyu, and even if there were, sending out 3 Lord of Heaven would not be a problem at all. However, the one guarding the 3 realms was not an ordinary person, but Yi Tianyin. In such a short period of time, he had already successfully broken through to the level of the 6 refinements Earth Lord. It was truly difficult for anyone to compare to him. If they sent out a peak level Lord of Heaven or a Divine Lord, it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. Of course, it was impossible for the other party to send such a powerful existence over. Originally, sending out 3 Lord of Heaven was already overestimating the other party, and they even sent out a Divine Lord. It was not that they could not send out a Divine Lord, but it was a waste of resources. Divine Lords were not cabbages. They did not want to waste their time in this area and had their own things to do. However, after this matter, it was hard to say whether or not the other party would send out a Divine Lord. The 3 Lord of Heaven had all died here. The loss was quite severe. In that case, they had no choice but to send a Divine Lord to suppress them. At this point, it was no longer a core problem of the 3 realms, but a problem of their own reputation. The higher one's cultivation, the more they valued their dignity. They had sent out so many experts, yet they were all annihilated. How could they swallow this insult? Next time, there might be a Divine Lord or an existence with a cultivation of a later stage of the Lord of Heaven. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed as he felt the pressure increasing. Unless he transferred everyone away, it would be too difficult. As for moving the 3 realms, that was even more difficult. He reckoned that even a Divine Lord would not be able to do it. To the other worlds, the 3 realms was not considered huge. It was just that it was rather difficult to store a world into one's body. Even the planet in Yi Tianyun's body was several times larger than the 3 realms. However, it was too difficult to forcefully absorb a planet into one's body. It required a lot of power. At the very least, he was unable to do it now. He could only absorb the cultivator into the planet in his body. This was the simplest and most crude method. However, this meant that he would have to leave the 3 realms. Was he going to abandon his hometown, just like that? Could it be that I can only continue to resist or destroy the evil spirit race's ancestral land? Yi Tianyin frowned. This would easily make him unable to breathe. Time was too tight, and the pressure was even more astonishing. If he could temporarily hide, it would be a situation that he would be extremely happy to see. He thought for a moment and shifted his gaze to the interior of the 3 realms. His eyes immediately lit up. Core! He thought of the core of the 3 realms. The other party wanted to occupy the 3 realms because they had their eyes on the core of the 3 realms. If he took out the core and stuffed it into another planet, wouldn't that be equivalent to transferring it? Everything depended on this core. As long as the core was transferred, everything would be fine. Very good. Then I'll go take a look at the situation of the core later. Yi Tianyin flew back and landed beside Shuiyun. He hugged her and comforted her. I've frightened you. Don't press me. Shuiyun gently pushed him away and rubbed her stomach in dissatisfaction. Don't be so forceful. You're going to press on the child. When Yi Tianyin saw Shuiyun's bulging stomach, he immediately said in ecstasy, This is our child. Nonsense. Could it be someone else's child? Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him. This. Yi Tianyin scratched his head. As it was too sudden, he really did not react. Speaking of which, how long have you been pregnant for? It doesn't look big. Shuiyun's stomach was not considered big. It was only slightly bulging, but it was not very obvious. "I've been pregnant for almost 10 years. Sher Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, "Looks like our child is so special. It hasn't been born even after 10 years of pregnancy." 10 years? Tianyin looked at her stomach and couldn't help but smack his tongue. He had never heard of a child not being born even after 10 years of pregnancy. He had only heard of a child being born after 10 months of pregnancy. Sher Shuiyun had been pregnant for 10 years, but still couldn't give birth. This was too exaggerated. "Yes, but I can feel that this child is growing very healthily. It has been absorbing my spiritual power, so it needs a lot. I have eaten a lot of elixirs and pills, and almost couldn't satisfy the child's appetite." Sher Shuiyun rubbed her stomach, and her eyes were filled with love. I have all of this. Don't worry." Tianyin hastily stuffed the storage ring into her hands and said, "I have prepared all of these for you. You can use as much as you want." Sher Shuiyun snatched the storage ring and rolled her eyes at him. After a little inspection, she discovered that there was a huge amount of elixirs and starstones inside. She was immediately stunned. There were many things that she had never seen before, and they were all piled up inside. "There are so many things. Don't you want to keep some for yourself?" Sher Shuiyun didn't really want to get anything from Tianyin. She just wanted to get some care. "It's okay. You can take all of these. I still have some." Tianyin smiled foolishly. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Sher Shuiyun's stomach. "I will come back often in the future. I will also bring back some tonics." "Look at you. You still have the face to say this. It has been 10 years. I thought you would never come back." Her eyes turned red. She really had this thought before. "What, 10 years?" Tianyin frowned and said, "I remember that only 2 or 3 years have passed. How come 10 years have passed? Did I lie to you?" Sher Shuiyun glared at him. "Strange." Tianyin thought for a while. Soon after, he clapped his hands and said, "I know. It should be a problem of time and space. The flow of time in the divine domain is slower. The flow of time here is faster. That's why such a situation occurred." He recalled the content that he had read before. The reason why the divine domain was a good place, other than the rich star power, was time. The flow of time was 1 to 5. That meant that 1 year in the divine domain was 5 years in the outside world. This meant that one could live longer in the divine domain. Chapter 973. The difference in space and time caused the passage of time to be different. No wonder they thought they could not come back. Think about it. After the 3 divine kings left, they probably felt that they had only been gone for a few decades or 100 years. They felt that the time was too short, so they did not come back. Who knew that thousands of years would pass in the blink of an eye? This was not impossible. Of course, the real possibility was that they had gone to a faraway place and could not come back for a while. The crueler possibility was that they had died outside. This kind of thing was very normal. After traveling around the divine realm, Tianyin knew that the degree of danger there was far higher than in the 3 realms. In any case, he did not hear any news from the heavenly mandate divine realm. Then Tianyin told Sher Shuiyun about the situation in the divine realm. After listening, Sher Shuiyun was very nervous at first, but then she was relieved. She felt that she had experienced it herself. After the end of the battle, groups of people gathered together and began to discuss various things. Among them, the elders of the ancient Ming Divine Tower kept their heads down and did not dare to look at Tianyin, mainly because they were afraid that Tianyin would see through what they had been thinking. If he knew, they believed that Tianyin would definitely kill them. Fan Hongda himself felt very embarrassed. Although Tianyin did not know, how could he not feel embarrassed when his own people had such thoughts? Tianyin looked at them in confusion. He did not know why they did not dare to look at him, but he did not think too much about it. Now everyone has seen the situation. The evil spirit clan continues to send strong enemies, and they are all at the level of the Lord of Heaven. Tianyin looked at them and said in a deep voice, In these years, I have traveled around outside and found that the outside world is far more vast than our world. Then Eteonion told them about the situation in the divine realm. After listening to it, everyone was shocked. They all thought that the Divine King stage was a very strong level. Now that the Divine King stage was actually called Star-Lord, it was just the beginning in the divine realm. They suddenly felt like frogs at the bottom of a well. They didn't know anything and didn't understand anything. It was like they had just learned to walk. After the explanation, all of them fell silent. No matter how strong they were here, if there were enemies invading, they would be like ants, easily trampled to death. These are the details of the situation that I've learned in these few years that I've been away. At the same time, I've brought back some martial arts that are more advanced than heaven-class martial arts. It can help you break through faster. Eteonion looked at them and said. After he finished speaking, he took out the low-grade, reincarnation-grade martial arts. Everyone looked at the martial arts on it with complicated gazes. If it were them, would they have the courage to do so? A reincarnation-grade martial skill was unheard of. It was a level stronger than the best heaven-grade martial skill. To them, a high-grade heaven-class martial art was equivalent to a national treasure. How could they give it away so casually? But Eteonion did it, and gave it to them without reservation. This made many of them feel ashamed. What they didn't know was that the martial arts that Eteonion gave them were the most trashy martial arts. They were very precious here, but they were very ordinary in the deity domain. At this time, the elders of the ancient Ming divine pagoda looked at each other and stood up. They all came to Eteonion and knelt down. Eteonion didn't know what was going on. God King Skycloud, we feel guilty. Because you haven't returned for too long, we even encouraged the Patriarch to unify the three realms. Of course, we have absolutely no intention of harming the Skycloud Divine Kingdom. We are still protecting the Skycloud Divine Kingdom. We have absolutely no intention of harming it, although you might not know it if we don't say it. Now that we see that God King Skycloud is so broad-minded, we feel extremely guilty. We feel that we have let you down, God King Skycloud. We intend to let you punish us as you wish. They didn't choose to hide it. Instead, they chose to say it. After listening to them, Eteonion narrowed his eyes and looked at them. If they didn't say it, he wouldn't know. However, they wanted to be safe. If the news leaked, they would be finished. Rather than being found out, they might as well say it obediently. That way, they would undoubtedly be less guilty. It's normal for you to have such thoughts. After all, there are precedents. I won't blame you for this. Eteonion waved his hand and said indifferently, "The key is that you don't have any intention of harming us. I believe that. We have absolutely no intention of harming you. We swear to the heavens." They were drenched in cold sweat. They weren't wrong. They just wanted the ancient Ming divine pagoda to unify the three realms. Harming them was too much. If Eteonion really came back, they would at least have a unified excuse. But if he harmed them, then everything would be over. "Yes, I believe you." Eteonion nodded and said, "Then you may rise." "Thank you, God King Skycloud." Only then did they rise. The others looked at each other. Even if they really had such thoughts, they all dispelled them. This time, it was too much of a shock to them. Eteonion easily killed such a powerful existence. One must know that compared to the previous group of evil spirit race, they were much stronger, but they were still killed by Eteonion. It was conceivable that Eteonion's cultivation had broken through to a higher level. He was an existence that they could only look up to. Ding. Successfully made all the emperors loyal to you. Reward: 10 billion EXP, 500,000 crazy points, 500,000 proficiency. Reward: 1,000 commander points. Even if Eteonion asked them to obey him before, they didn't obey him like this. All the experts in the three realms were present, which meant that if they wanted to create chaos in the future, unless he was dead, there would be no problem. Even if he died, no one would dare to do anything to the heavenly cloud divine nation. because with E. Tianyin here, the speed of cultivating experts would definitely be faster than them. The meeting ended quickly. E. Tianyin asked them to come here to let them know about the divine realm, so that they wouldn't be frogs at the bottom of the well. The three god kings had not returned before, so they didn't know much about the outside world. After explaining, E. Tianyin immediately set out to find the core. His main goal now is to see if he can transfer the core. Immediately, he left the heavenly cloud divine nation and flew to the central area of the mortal world. The area where the core is located is in the mortal world. After all, the area where the core is located in the central area, and Fanyu is in the central area. However, even though the core is so close to the core, Fanyu is the worst, which is a bit puzzling. As for the actual situation, he will know when he finds the core. Along the way, he explored and soon found the area where the core is located, deep in the sea. It is not difficult to find it. His cultivation has improved so much, so the scope of exploration has naturally expanded. Chapter 974. In the sea, E. Tianyin dove into the water and flew towards the region he sensed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the depths of the sea. When the surrounding sea beasts saw someone, they opened their huge mouths and tried to devour him. E. Tianyin looked at them indifferently. The sea beasts that were about to rush over trembled, and their huge eyes revealed fear. In the next moment, the sea beasts turned around and fled. They didn't dare to stay for another second. Then he took out the heavenly divine spear, aimed at the moist soil, and started digging. In the blink of an eye, he dug more than 1,000 meters. The speed was astonishing, and this was under the condition that he controlled his strength. If he really dug with force, he would probably penetrate the entire three realms. The power of a sixth refinement Earth Lord was a heaven-defying existence in Fanyu. However, he hadn't broken through yet, so he couldn't be considered a sixth refinement Earth Lord. He hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation, so in theory, he wasn't a sixth refinement Earth Lord. Soon, he dug more than 100,000 meters underground, but he still hadn't reached the end. 100,000 meters wasn't deep. It could even be considered shallow. The reason why the Life God Temple reached the bottom at 100,000 meters was that the core was in that region. It didn't mean that he had dug through the planet at 100,000 meters. The place where the core of the mortal world was located was still quite deep. When he dug more than 1,000,000 meters, he finally felt an extremely strong energy wave coming from the region below. "I'm almost there." E. Tianyin's eyes flashed. He quickly dug down. When he was about 1,100,000 meters deep, he fiercely swung his spear down. With a clang, it was as if he had smashed a thick piece of iron, causing his hand to go numb. "What's going on?" E. Tianyin was shocked. One had to know that he was holding the heavenly divine spear, a mid-grade reincarnation level weapon. Using such an extravagant weapon to dig up the earth was simply too wasteful. However, E. Tianyin didn't mind. He just wanted to dig faster. Who knew that he couldn't dig down here? It was normal for a spear to be unable to penetrate something from the divine domain. Was there anything in Fanyu that couldn't be penetrated? He squatted down and rubbed the soil away. A thick and flat rock appeared in front of him, and it was covered with dense divine patterns. The 9th grade defensive divine seal is indestructible. Without the cultivation base of a heavenly god or above, no one can shake it. The appraisal, I transmitted the detailed information over, causing E. Tianyin to fall silent. Only heavenly gods and above could break through. A 9th grade divine seal could only be carved by a 9th grade divine inscriber. Now this thing had appeared in the 3 dimensions, and it was inconceivable. What was the level above the heavenly god realm? It was an existence stronger than the Lord of Heaven or even the divine monarch. Generally speaking, he was a star lord, then a 9 refinement earth lord, then a Lord of Heaven, and finally a divine lord. After breaking through to divine lord, one would become an Empyrean. Only after breaking through to the Empyrean level would one become a celestial god. The heavenly God stage was equivalent to the body forging stage in the three realms. It was an existence that the God King stage could only look up to. But in the three realms, there was a ninth grade defensive divine seal. This made Eteonian extremely shocked. Which ninth grade divine inscriber had nothing better to do and came to the three realms to carve such a powerful divine seal? There are other core fluctuations. While he was shocked, he felt another fluctuation coming from above his head, and there was also a fluctuation coming from below. After carefully sensing it, he discovered that in the three realms, each realm had a core. This meant that the three realms had three cores, which was unheard of. According to the information he knew, under normal circumstances, no matter how many levels a planet was divided into, it would only have one core. There would be no more. But in the three realms, there were three cores beyond his knowledge. There was no need to guess too much. Eteonian knew that the other two realms had thick defenses, and it was impossible to break through them easily. Without the strength of a heavenly God or above, how could one break through? Three cores, if I say out loud, it will probably drive people crazy, right? Eteonian looked at the thick seal below. It seemed that even if the evil spirit race occupied this place, they would not be able to take away the core. A heavenly God existence. The evil spirit race would have a heavenly God? It was impossible. The evil spirit race was at most equivalent to a second-grade God realm, and heavenly gods would probably only exist in fourth grade and above God realms. Fourth grade and above God realms had no interest in Fanyu at all, so it was impossible for them to send any heavenly gods over. But now they existed. An existence that could carve a ninth grade divine seal definitely had a powerful cultivation base. A heavenly God or above, this was inevitable. No one would believe that an existence above heavenly God had visited the three realms and even blessed the core with a divine seal. This was like a slum. Rich people would definitely not step into it. If they went in, they would only dirty their clothes. But now a rich person had walked into the slum and even left something here. In that case, I can't transfer the core. Eteonian shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He originally thought that if he transferred the core, it would be equivalent to taking away the three realms. Who knew that not even the most basic defense could be broken, let alone taking it away, and he was firmly blocked outside. Even if he was a native of the three realms, he could not open this place. Let me take a look at the situation here. Eteonian cleaned up the place, and soon a clean stone tablet appeared in front of him. Apart from the profound divine seal carved on it, there were also a few other large words on it. Three realms divine seal, human seal. Eteonian read out the words on it. After thinking for a while, he really could not think of a reason. He only knew that this thing could not be broken, so he could only see if he could sense it. Then he reached out and covered it with his hand, and began to use his spiritual awareness to see if he could penetrate this place. If he used teleportation, would he be able to move inside? When he used his spiritual awareness to explore, a terrifying suction immediately pulled his spiritual awareness down. He did not even have time to react before his consciousness completely disappeared. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up and found himself in a thatched hut, surrounded by complete furniture. However, this place looked very simple and crude. There were no divine artifacts, nor any precious spirit herbs. It was just a very ordinary small wooden hut. Where is this? Eteonian hurriedly jumped up and found that he was actually a spirit body. His body was a little transparent. Clearly his soul had left his body. He hurriedly got off the bed and quickly rushed outside. Just as he rushed out, he was immediately stunned by the outside world. An ordinary little village. Outside was just an ordinary little village, with dozens of thatched huts on the side. Many villagers came and went, greeting each other, and he actually became one of them? Chapter 975. While Eteonian was shocked, he saw that the villagers around him were all in soul form and not in physical form. This meant that they were all souls and not real living people. However, they were all like real people, greeting each other or discussing at the side. There were also many children playing around. Apart from that, when he looked up at the sky, it was no different from the outside. The sky was blue, and there were farmlands on the side. Everything looked so beautiful, just like a paradise. That is, Itianyan looked up and saw a familiar person. To be precise, it wasn't a familiar person. It was a cultivator he met a long time ago, but he was dead. However, he could see him here. He lifted his feet and walked forward, but no one greeted him. He was like air, and no one paid any attention to him. Along the way, they all turned a blind eye to him. He didn't care about anything and just walked forward. The further he walked, the bigger the village seemed to be. He couldn't see the end at all. The further he walked, the more villagers there were. They were all farming here or returning from hunting outside. Everything was no different from the outside. However, as he continued to walk forward, he started to see some changes. Groups of villagers were lining up like they were going to do something. He reached out and patted one of the villagers, asking, "What's going on?" The villager's body was patted, but he didn't turn his head and ignored him. He continued to stand there in line. It wasn't that these villagers were unconscious. Instead, the villagers at the side were talking and laughing as they continued to line up. They didn't react to his shouts or patting at all. They would only react to their own people. He was like an outsider and no one reacted to him. That's weird. Tianyan frowned and looked at them in confusion. Is it because I didn't die and randomly barged in that they can't see me? Of course, he didn't want himself to die. After all, it wasn't a happy thing. Then he continued to walk forward. Along the way, many villagers lined up. Their faces were filled with joy, as if they had encountered something good. The entire line was filled with joy, and no one knew what had happened. This group was different from the other villagers. They were all talking and laughing. They didn't need to farm or anything, and they just stayed in line. After walking for a long time, he finally saw the end in front of him. There was a bridge there. There was a stone tablet carved on the side with the words, "Carefree Bridge." After the villagers crossed it, they disappeared into the carefree bridge in front of them. Nothing was left. When Tianyan got closer, he saw a whirlpool in front. He had a feeling that if he walked in, he would also disappear from this world. Is this the reincarnation area? He was shocked. Was the core the reincarnation area? After many cultivators died, they would be sucked into the core. After staying here for a while, they would line up to be reincarnated? He didn't expect there to be such a thing in the core. No, not all cores are like this. The core of the Church of Life doesn't have it. Tianyan frowned. He was confused. There were many things he didn't understand. No one explained anything to him, and there was no phantom or anything like that. Everything was just going on like this. When it was their turn, they would obediently shut up and walk forward. Then they would step onto the carefree bridge, cross it, jump into the whirlpool, and disappear from this world. Tianyan tried to walk onto the carefree bridge. As soon as he stepped on it, he immediately felt his consciousness begin to blur. He was so scared that he quickly retreated. Even for me, after crossing this bridge, my memories will disappear completely, right? Tianyan shook his head. Memories had to be eliminated. Otherwise, after reincarnation, they would carry memories. Of course, there was the possibility that some people could carry some memories back. There were also those with high cultivation and amazing willpower. After reincarnation, they would more or less have memories of their previous lives. As for walking over unscathed, Tianyan believed that it was basically impossible, unless they didn't cross this carefree bridge. Reincarnation point, there is actually a reincarnation point here. He turned his head and looked behind him. There were groups of villagers queuing up behind him. In fact, they were all cultivators, and there were also all kinds of ordinary people. No matter what their identities were when they were alive, they were all queuing up fairly. No one would cut the line. He guessed that the villagers would farm here to get rid of the hostility in their bodies. After a period of cultivation, they would be able to step into the whirlpool of reincarnation. Other than that, he couldn't see any highlights. There was nothing special. There seems to be a house on the other side of the Carefree Bridge. Itianyan looked up. If he looked carefully, he found that in front of the Carefree Bridge in the distance, in front of the whirlpool, there was a house. He frowned. It seemed to be a little special, but he knew that if he walked over, he would definitely be lost on the Carefree Bridge. At that time, he would probably be reincarnated. He wanted to fly over, but there was no way to fly here. He could only walk. As for swimming across the river, looking at the muddy river, he didn't think it was a good idea. If he fell, his fate would be even more tragic. After looking for a while, he felt that there was nothing to see, so he went back the way he came. He didn't know where the exit was, so he could only go through the place where he came from. Soon, he returned to the original place, lay back on the bed, and fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up again, it was dark in front of him, and his surroundings were wet. It was obvious that this was the area he had dug up. After he got up, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that this core could not be moved. As for the secret within, he was not too sure. Who set it up? How could it be so extravagant? He looked at the words engraved on it and really couldn't think of a reason. In the end, he could only make a teleportation point here. Then he flew up again and filled up the soil here. After walking here, he flew to the heaven realm to take a look. He just wanted to see if his judgment was wrong. After all, he could feel the energy being transmitted from 2 different cores. This was a very strange thing. Soon he found the core area of the heaven realm. Without saying anything, he started to dig quickly, reaching the bottom in one go. The distance was about the same as the mortal realm, which was more than 1,000,000 meters. With a dang sound, the celestial divine spear in his hand almost flew out. As expected, there really is a layer of protection here. Itianyan was still very shocked. Even though he was prepared, when he saw the words engraved on it, he was still shocked. 3 realms God seal, seal of heaven realm. Chapter 976. Itianyan had already guessed it, but when he saw that there was another core, his heart was filled with shock. After all, this was too crazy. There were 3 cores in a planet. However, only by sensing carefully could he sense that there were 3 cores. If he sensed it from the outside, he could only sense 1 core, and the fluctuations were relatively weak. At that time, he thought that the core was small, but now it seemed that it was not small, but it was sealed. As a result, the fluctuations released were relatively weak, not particularly strong, giving people a feeling that the core was relatively weak. For the evil spirit race, as long as it was the core, it was enough. Fortunately, they had not dug through. Otherwise, they would have discovered something strange here. The 3 core areas had been blessed by a grade 9 divine carving master. One could imagine that the core below was definitely not ordinary. If the evil spirit race knew about this, they would definitely send people over to carry out a large-scale suppression. Even if they could not open it, there would always be a day when it would open. How could it be ordinary if it had been blessed by a grade 9 divine carving master? Thinking of this, Itianyan felt that the crisis was even greater. I didn't expect there to be such a problem. It's fine if I can't transfer it, but there is such a big problem. Itianyan shook his head. If he really wanted to leave, he could just take some people with him. It could be said that he was selfish, but it did not matter. As long as his family could escape from here, it was fine. But now he had a feeling that he absolutely could not abandon this place. Such an amazing 3 realms, there might be some secret inside. Such a big seal and 3 cores. It was amazing just thinking about it. Immediately, he reached out and covered it. Soon, just like before, his consciousness disappeared. When he regained consciousness, he appeared in the village again. It's actually the same. When Itianyan walked out of the house and saw the scene in front of him, he was immediately shocked. He did not expect it to be the same, no different from him below. It was not that the houses were exactly the same, but the people were exactly the same. This meant that the 3 realms' reincarnation point was the same, and there was no difference between the 3. It also meant that the cores of the 3 areas were connected, forming a world. He did not go to the underworld's core, but from these 2 places, he knew that the cores were connected, and there was no distinction between them. Thinking about it, a divine inscription master who did this absolutely wouldn't separate the three realms, but rather connect them together. This wasn't a problem. The biggest problem was, what was the point? He looked very shocked, but he didn't know what the meaning was. If it was reincarnation, the effect would be achieved. It would be a continuous cycle, calling itself a reincarnation world. This might be a bright spot, but its effect on the three realms was rather small. Is there something I don't know? Tianyin frowned. His cultivation level was not high enough, so he did not know what the real intention was. He felt that if he wanted to know the purpose, he would just have to cross the bridge of forgetfulness and walk to the other side. Then he might be able to find out. Currently, his strength was still insufficient, so it was clear that he was unable to reach that side. If he really walked over there, he would definitely be lost. After a round, when he was about to go back, a voice rang in his ear. Ding! Successfully accepted the special mission. Break through to the point where you can cross the bridge of worries and find the truth. Reward: 1 trillion EXP, 10 billion crazy points, 10 billion mastery points, 10 billion SPs. After this special mission popped up, Tianyin was shocked. What a guy! After completing the mission, I got so many rewards. Tianyin was shocked by the data, but he quickly calmed down and shook his head. The more the experience, the more difficult it is. This was not the first time he encountered this kind of thing. The more amazing the reward, the more amazing the difficulty. This meant that crossing the bridge of worries was definitely going to be difficult. It seems that I can't cross it for the time being. I can only go back and make plans. Tianyin turned and went straight back to the hut and soon fell asleep. When he woke up, the location was still the same, outside the thick shell. After waking up, he also set up a teleportation point and set up a few restrictions before leaving. Immediately, he came to the core area of the ghost world again, and the result was the same. He still entered the reincarnation point. He also set up a teleportation point outside, and he also set up a concealment restriction to seal the place. That's about it. Tianyin shook his head. The harvest this time was not small. At least he knew the core problem of the three realms. But the biggest problem was that there was no way to transfer. This could not be changed, and he did not want to completely abandon the three realms. It was easy to bring people away, but there was no way to transfer the three realms. Especially those souls, if the people were transferred away, could the souls still be reincarnated? Thinking of this, he did not know what would happen. But according to the current situation, the evil spirit race would definitely send a powerful army over, and he did not know if he could resist them. This made him a little troubled. What should he do? Tianyin, what are you thinking about? Shuyin walked over and sat beside him. Tianyin sighed, and then he told her the general idea, so that Shuyin could refer to it. So, it's such a big matter, I never thought that there would be such a magical place in the three realms. Shuyin leaned on his shoulder and smiled. Although you are conflicted, you already have an idea, don't you? Tianyin was stunned, and he pinched her nose and smiled. Seems like I can't hide anything from you. I have indeed thought about it. He squinted at the distant sky. How could he give up such a beautiful place? Since the other party was very powerful, then he would quickly become stronger, and then everything would be solved easily. He believed that he could definitely surpass the other party's power, especially in the upcoming battle of the divine realm. Through this battle, he would definitely be able to break through a lot. At that time, even if it was the Lord of Heaven, he would have the power to fight. Unless a divine lord or above came, he would definitely not be afraid. But what if a divine lord really came? He could only choose to escape with his people. With the teleportation divine stone, it would be easy to escape. He then gently held Shuyin's hand and said in a low voice, I will protect you. Shuyin did not doubt Tianyin's determination from the beginning. No matter what Tianyin did, she would support him unconditionally and would not doubt anything. Chapter 977. After spending some time with Shuyin, Tianyin went to find Yi Qingxian. He thought of Yi Qingxian. She had helped him a lot and given him this talent. He was extremely grateful. In terms of importance, Shi Shuiyan would definitely be first, and Yi Qingxian would be second. As for Xiao Lian and the others, they were also very important to him. Now, they had a lot of power by his side. However, the one who had helped him the most was undoubtedly Yi Qingxian. The original holy maiden of the spirit race was here to help him deal with more matters. Compared to Shi Shuiyun, she would only do more, not less. He quickly found Yi Qingxian. She was busy. After this battle, they had obtained many spoils of war, but many had been injured, so they had many things to do. God King Skycloud, you're here? When Yi Qingxian looked up and saw Yi Tianyan, she hurriedly stood up and wanted to respectfully kneel. There's no need to call me that. I'm still the youth who saved you a long time ago. I'm still the old Skycloud. There's no need to be so respectful. After all, we've always been friends, whether in the past, present, or future. Yi Tianyan looked at her and smiled. So there's no need to be so respectful. Just be casual. Just friends. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were full of resentment. She bit her lip and stared at him. Yi Tianyan coughed a few times. He knew what Yi Qingxian was thinking. Many of the women around him had feelings for him. No matter how stupid he was, he could see it. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that they liked him so much that it was hard to display it was enough to tell that the meaning between them was different. If he wanted them to die, they would do it without hesitation. Ahem, what's the situation with the spirit race? For example, how many vital crystals do we have left? Yi Tianyan had come to ask about the spirit race's situation. Vital crystals. Yi Qingxian sighed deeply. We've been out for a long time. The spirit race is in a difficult situation to reproduce. All these years, we've turned the entire 3 realms upside down, but we haven't been able to find a substitute for the vital crystal. It looks like the heavens really want to destroy us. They were in despair. The situation had obviously taken a turn for the better. They didn't need to hide anymore, and they were in high positions. Who would have thought that they would fall into this vortex? If this continued, the spirit race would go extinct. Don't worry, I'll take you somewhere. Yi Tianyan reached out and grabbed her shoulder, saying, Don't be nervous, relax a little, and don't resist. Yi Qingxian nodded, indicating that she understood. Shortly after, he let Yi Qingxian enter the planet in his body. As soon as she entered the planet, she immediately felt a rich life force surging towards her from all directions. She was extremely shocked. What a rich life force! What is this place? Yi Qingxian was amazed. This is the world within my body. Do you think it's suitable for the astrals to live in? Yi Tianyan asked. It's very suitable. I can feel the life force in my body flourishing. If the astrals lived here, they would definitely prosper. Yi Qingxian was pleasantly surprised. This was like coal in a snowstorm for them. Shortly after, she thought about it and asked doubtfully, Isn't this the world within your body? Have we always been living in the world within your body? Of course not. I'm always outside, and I'm always in danger. If I put you in here, I'll be harming you. Yi Tianyan said with a smile. Of course not. I'm always outside, and I'm always in danger. I just want you to feel the situation inside. If it's suitable, the next time I come back, I'll bring you a crystal that's even more powerful than the vital crystal. Of course, Yi Tianyan wouldn't let them stay in his body. He had thought about this a long time ago. His target was the core of the sacred temple of life. It'd be even better if there's one. Yi Qingxian was extremely excited. This was what they were worried about. If there really was one, then it would solve their urgent problem. They could still hold on for now, but if it dragged on for too long, it would be very serious. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for too long. Yi Tianyan looked at her and sighed. As the spirit king of the astrals, I've always said that I would help you solve this problem, but I haven't been able to solve it completely. This is my dereliction of duty. Our king, don't say that. If it weren't for you, our astrals would have long been destroyed. Yi Qingxuan's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. Now that you can help us find a solution, we have always believed that you can lead us to glory. Yi Tianyan smiled. They had helped him a lot, so this was a small matter. The divine runes of the entire heavenly cloud divine kingdom were supported by them. They carved the divine runes inside and out, so the effort they spent would only be more than others. By the way, our king, do you have time now? In a few days, we plan to go to the original ancestral land to pay our respects. As our spirit king, I wonder if you can accompany us? Yi Qingxian thought for a moment and added, in fact, you don't need to pay your respects. You just need to lead us back. She was worried that Yi Tianyan would not be willing to pay his respects. After all, the ancestral land had nothing to do with Yi Tianyan at all. This is no problem. Yi Tianyan readily agreed. Anyway, he had more time now, so it was not a problem for him to pay his respects. But after thinking for a moment, he asked doubtfully, Ancestral land, didn't you live in the forest before? That's right, but our real ancestral land is actually not there. Rumor has it that our ancestors live there. Yi Qingxian explained. All right, I'll wait for your notice. Yi Tianyan did not ask any more questions. He would know when he got there. Yi Qingxian nodded and immediately went to inform the astrals. It did not take too long to prepare, and after 2 days they would immediately set off. It could be said that the entire spirit race was going to the ancestral land. No one was left out. This was the first time that Yi Tianyan had seen such a scene. He always thought that the forest was the ancestral land, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Under the guidance of Yi Qingxian and the spirit race's old ancestor, they soon arrived at the ancestral land of the spirit race, Brahma's sacred ground. This was what they called the place, Brahma's sacred ground. When Yi Tianyan came to this area, the place was a little strange. There was only a pillar standing there, surrounded by grass and nothing else. Chapter 978. The stone pillar in front of him was not obvious at all. If it pierced through the clouds, it would be more obvious. But this stone pillar was only 10 meters tall. It was not very tall, so he had not noticed it before. Even if he had investigated this area, he would not have known that this was the ancestral land of the spirit race. In reality, he had investigated this place before, but he had only scanned it briefly and had not observed it carefully. Who would be so bored as to investigate this stone pillar? More importantly, he could feel the power of the 3 realms' divine seal coming from it. This was what shocked him the most. Before, his cultivation was too low, so he could not sense it. But now his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Naturally, he could sense many things now, especially since he had just returned from the 3 realms' divine seal. He could sense it even more clearly. If he had not been there before, he would at most feel that the stone pillar had a special energy, but he did not feel that it was familiar. This is the ancestral land. Yi Tianyan looked around. There were no buildings around, just this stone pillar. He had thought that there would be some kind of village, or at least some dilapidated houses. Who knew that there would be nothing? Just a pile of weeds and this stone pillar. Yes, this is our ancestral land. Yi Qingxian looked at the stone pillar, her eyes full of respect. Rumor has it that after our ancestors passed away, they were buried here. Who knew that the moment they were buried, this stone pillar would quickly grow out and grow taller and taller? That's right, this stone pillar is 1/2 meter taller than in previous years. It's growing much faster than before. The spirit race patriarch beside her was also full of respect. This was their ancestral land. More accurately, it was where their ancestors were buried. They basically came here every year to pay their respects, and this year was no exception. A stone pillar that can still grow. Yi Tianyan looked at the stone pillar and used the appraisal eye to look for some clues. But the appraisal eye could not see anything. It seemed that its level was not high enough, so it could not see anything more. Immediately, the spirit race people began to pay their respects. The ceremony was relatively simple. They just carried out offerings and performed rituals outside. They set up bonfires and prepared to pay their respects here for 3 days and 3 nights. It was quite lively. Eteonyan didn't ask them to do anything special. He just stepped forward and said something on their behalf. The ancestor of the spirit tribe even said that Eteonyan was not a member of the spirit tribe, but he could become their spirit king and lead them to glory. Everything was very strict, and all kinds of rituals were very standard. They did not dare to offend in the slightest. Eteonyan looked at the stone pillar and didn't dare to touch it. If he offended this ancestor, wouldn't he be scolded? Yi Qingxian noticed his expression and whispered, "Tianyin, why do you keep staring at the ancestral grave?" I discovered that this stone pillar is a little strange, so I want to examine it." Tianyin didn't hide anything. Even if he couldn't do it now, he would come back to investigate after they left. "It grew from the spiritual body of my ancestor, so of course it's strange. But you can touch it and examine it. There's no problem with that. Later, we will all take turns to touch it and ask the ancestor to bless us," Yi Qingxian said in a low voice. Tianyin nodded. It seemed like it wouldn't be so awkward this way. After they finished paying their respects, the ancestor of the spirit tribe signaled to Tianyin and said, "Our king, please lead us to touch the spiritual energy of our ancestors." Tianyin nodded and walked to the stone pillar. It wasn't very tall, but it was very thick. It was at least 3 or 4 meters thick and looked like a small mountain. He led everyone to the front of the stone pillar and covered it with astral power. When he transferred astral power into it, there was a buzzing sound and the entire stone pillar suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The people who wanted to touch the stone pillar with Tianyin saw that when Tianyin touched the stone pillar, they all knelt down and kowtowed. It's a miracle. Is this the ancestor spirit? They knelt down and looked at the shining stone pillar in shock. They had never seen anything like this before. No matter how they touched it, they couldn't cause this. Yi Qingxian and the others were stunned. They didn't expect this to happen. At the same time, Tianyin had already seeped into the stone pillar and extended from the top to the bottom. After a while, his figure flashed and disappeared completely in front of everyone. What's going on? Did the spirit king disappear? Yi Qingxian and the others quickly got up and went to the side of the stone pillar. They found that Tianyin had indeed disappeared. They didn't know where he had been teleported to. The ancestor of the spirit tribe looked around and said doubtfully he should have been teleported away. Can the ancestor's stone pillar teleport people away? They couldn't understand it. Something they had never seen before had happened in front of them. After Tianyin disappeared, when he reappeared, he found himself in a strange space. The first thing he saw was a spacious hall with a huge chair in front of him. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Is this the space inside the stone pillar? Tianyin was startled. He could clearly feel that the energy waves here were different. It seemed that this tomb wasn't real. The real situation was that there was a palace below, but he didn't know what it was used for. Then he slowly walked to the seat and sat down. As soon as he sat down, a special energy immediately flowed into his body. His body trembled. He felt his soul consciousness start to spread out rapidly. He could feel that his consciousness was connected to this world. It started from the mortal realm and quickly extended to the heavenly realm and the netherworld. After a while, he had completely extended to every corner of the 3 realms. No matter which corner he was in, he could feel it. Even if it was an ant in the corner, he could feel the waves brought by the ant's movement or hear the ants breathing clearly. Right now, he was like the true controller of the 3 realms. He could control everything here and do whatever he wanted. But this wasn't the key point. The key point was that he felt that he could control the 3 realms. The control of the 3 realms here wasn't to make a cultivator explode or overturn mountains and seas, but to make the entire 3 realms turn into a spirit ship and move forward. This is the control room. Tianyin was shocked. He didn't think that this was a control room. This meant that the three realms were like spirit ships that could move at will. Chapter 979. In the face of this situation, Tianyin was both surprised and happy. He never thought that the problem he had been worrying about would be solved here. He didn't need any powerful strength. As long as he sat here, he could control the three realms and go wherever he wanted. Very good, let's leave here now. Tianyin didn't think too much about it. He immediately controlled the three realms and flew out. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't know when the evil spirit race would come, but there was absolutely no harm in leaving now. As he continuously poured star power into the three realms, a thick shield was quickly erected outside. He had a feeling that even if the Lord of Heaven came, he still wouldn't be able to break this shield. This was based on his ability. The stronger his cultivation was, the stronger the effect of the shield would be. This meant that he didn't need to personally go out and destroy the rocks. He could leave here. Great, this is a three-realm spirit ship. Tianyin was pleasantly surprised. If this was a spirit ship, then its scale was too big. It could even run through the sky. It had to be said that this was quite amazing. He didn't know why this person would do this. The ancestral land of the spirit race, a 9th grade divine carving master. Could it be? When Tianyin thought of this, his heart shook. It was very likely that the spirit race was the descendant of that 9th grade divine carving master. Thinking about their amazing talent, even if they faced a powerhouse from the divine realm, the talent given by Yi Qingxian would still be useful. Thinking about it, it was scary. He didn't expect that it would be connected. Did the two seem to be related? He was only speculating a little. He wasn't very clear about the situation. In any case, it was a pleasant surprise to be able to control the three realms. Immediately after, he rushed out of the rubble. When the huge shield pressed down, the rubble was directly crushed into pieces. Then he quickly controlled the three realms and flew to a remote place. Many cultivators in the three realms still didn't know that the three realms was moving rapidly. They didn't feel it at all. After all, the three realms' flying speed was quite stable. There was also a thick shield outside. Unless an extremely terrifying rock smashed over or another planet smashed over, the three realms would be fine. Looks like half of the problem has been solved for now. Tianyun's eyes flashed. The other half was to destroy the evil spirit race's ancestral land. This was something that was inevitable. Now that the three realms had been temporarily moved away, it meant that the three realms were temporarily safe. This place was locked onto by the evil spirit race, so no matter how many illusions were set up outside, it would still be broken through. Unless they set up an unbreakable defensive formation or had an expert guarding it, the evil spirit race would definitely continue to invade. At the same time, in the evil spirit race's ancestral land, after knowing that the three Lord of Heaven had died, the evil spirit race immediately exploded. What? The three Sakyamuni brothers are all dead. When this news spread out, many people couldn't believe it. They had already sent out 3 Lord of Heaven, but a mere Fan Yu faction could actually resist them. When the news spread, many of the upper echelons immediately flew into a rage. Even the highest existence in the evil spirit race did not look too good at this matter. Our king, the 3 Lord of Heaven that we send out, are all dead. When they said this, they were still in a state of confusion. They really could not believe this kind of thing. The fact that 3 heaven monarchs couldn't even eliminate a mortal zone force was a disgrace to them, especially since this was not the first time they had failed, but several times. It was truly humiliating. A force from the divine realm and a force from Fan Yu. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud, yet they were defeated. It was unbelievable to say it out loud, but the truth was there. What exactly is going on? Could it be that some force has already ruled over that place? An expert on the side stood up and guessed. Everyone nodded their heads. If that wasn't the case, they really couldn't think of how Fan Yu could have such power. There was only one possibility, and that was that there was a powerful divine realm occupying it. Didn't we guess this before? However, we've already sent 3 Lord of Heaven. If we really found out what kind of power it is, we should have returned if we couldn't fight against it. It's possible that the other party will directly suppress us, giving us no chance to escape. They all knew their own situation, and many cultivators hated them. Therefore, it was not surprising that they would reject them. Enough! The evil spirit race king, who was sitting on top, was expressionless. It was impossible to tell if he was happy, angry, sad, or happy. This was the most terrifying thing. The experts at the side all retreated to the side, not daring to make a sound. They silently stayed there, not daring to say anything. Send out the evil flame, divine monarch, and 2 Lord of Heaven. Bring the heaven evasion talisman with you. If you can't beat them, quickly escape and report to me. The evil spirit king said coldly. Yes, sir. The evil spirit race looked at each other. This was the only thing they could do. Otherwise, no matter how many Lord of Heaven they sent out, they would just be cannon fodder. It was obvious that their king was completely enraged. He had overestimated them and sent out 3 Lord of Heaven, intending to suppress them in one fell swoop. Who knew that it would be useless? Instead, the 3 Lord of Heaven had died, making the evil spirit king furious. Now, they had directly sent out divine monarchs. Such a big move would make people dumbfounded. To send out divine monarchs to suppress a Fanyu power. Were they stupid, or were they out of their minds? Sending out an Earth Lord could easily suppress them. There was no need for divine monarchs. But that was the reality. Only divine monarchs could suppress them. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Go as fast as possible. I want to know the news as soon as possible. The evil spirit king said coldly. Yes, sir. They immediately started preparing. Evil Flame, Divine Monarch, and the others did not bring any subordinates, just a few experts. They sat on the high-grade, reincarnation-grade spirit ship and flew towards the 3 realms. Under Evil Flame, Divine Monarch's control, the speed was terrifying. It far exceeded the speed of the Lord of Heaven. It was definitely dozens of times faster. In a month, we will definitely reach the Fanyu power. Evil Flame, Divine Monarch, said coldly to his subordinates. They were very unhappy. They were supposed to go on an expedition to the Divine Realm, but now they were ordered to go to the Fanyu power. How could they be happy? Especially since the other party had killed so many of their people. Evil Flame, Divine Monarch, could not take this lying down. Under Evil Flame, Divine Monarch's control, a month passed in the blink of an eye. After flying crazily for a month, a spirit ship broke through the space and pierced through the rubble, heading forward. We have reached the destination. Prepare to fight. Evil Flame, Divine Monarch, crudely controlled the spirit ship to pierce through. When they took out their strongest weapons and prepared to fight, they were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. There was nothing. Chapter 980. Sir God, Evil Flame, and the rest were dumbfounded. They had come all the way from the evil spirit race's ancestral land, but they had seen nothing but a pile of rubble. It's gone. The planet has been moved. Sir God, Evil Flame's face was ugly. They had never expected the planet to disappear. They had seen planets explode, but they had never seen a planet disappear. Could the planet have been taken away by some mighty figure? The Heavenly Lord, the side, looked at Sir God, Evil Flame, and said cautiously. Sir God, Evil Flame looked unhappy, so he didn't dare to speak too loudly. That's the only possibility. D***MN. I didn't expect that we would come here for nothing. To think that we prepared so much. Exasperated, Sir God, Wicked Flame swept out in all directions, turning the surrounding rocks into powder. Even the remote, uninhabited planets were turned into powder. The terrifying power made the Lord of Heaven afraid to approach. They were worried that they would be affected by the terrifying power. After venting for a while, Sir God, Evil Flame, finally calmed down a little. He looked around coldly and said, I don't know where it went. Let's split up and search. But no buts. I didn't ask you to fight. You just have to report the information to me. Sir God, Evil Flame, stared at them coldly. This was a mission issued by the evil Spirit King. He had wanted to complete it well. Now that the planet had disappeared, how could he complete the mission? They had to search around to see if they could find it. It was not Sir God, Evil Flame style to give up just like that. The Lord of Heaven gulped. They were naturally worried about the expert who had taken the planet away. The expert who could take the planet away was at least a Sir God. Of course, only a very powerful Sir God could do it. At least Sir God, Evil Flame, couldn't do it. Yes, they could only bite the bullet and search. They were worried that they would meet an expert and die without a trace. Just like the people they had sent before, there was no news at all. They were all dead. None of them had escaped. D*MN. I don't believe that there are no clues at all. At the very least, let me know which faction it is. Sir God, Evil Flame, began searching around. At the same time, the heavenly mandate divine realm was also in chaos. Time was obviously tight, but Tianyin suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Where did that brat go? Nian Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and kicked away the rocks in front of her. She said fiercely, "What time is it now? It's not long before we set off. If we're any slower, we won't be able to make it in time." The entire heavenly mandate divine realm was searching for Tianyin. Such a powerful disciple would be an excellent combat force in the battle of heavenly ascension, and it was very likely that he would make it into the top 10. How could they let him go? Now that such a thing had happened, all the elders of the heavenly mandate divine realm were in a panic. Although they could participate in the next battle of the heavenly mandate divine realm, it was not a problem for them to participate this time. It wouldn't be a problem for him to participate one more time in the future. Perhaps he could make it into the top 10 this time and win glory for the heavenly mandate divine realm. But now that he had disappeared, how could they participate? After searching for a while, they found a problem. Was Tianyin not in the heavenly mandate divine realm? If he was not in the heavenly mandate divine realm, how could they find him? Elder Nian, there is no response from the token. It is probably too far away to send the message back. One of the guards came to Nian Xiaoyu and said, "Too far." Nian Xiaoyu frowned. Where did that brat go? But at least he did not send back the message of his death. The token here could send messages, but if the distance was too far away, then the message would not be able to be sent back. Only when the person died would the message be sent back. The meaning of the two was different. Normal messages could not be sent back due to the distance being too far away and the lack of energy. Once the person died, the token would explode and be sent out with the strongest force. Unless the distance was very far away or there was a shielding matrix, there would be no way to receive the message. Yes, the token here is not broken, which means that he is fine. The guard wiped his sweat. These days they can be described as running around, tired to death, all in order to find Tianyin. Then we can only wait for him to come back. Nian Xiaoyu looked at the guard and said, "Tell the others to stop looking." Yes. Immediately, the guard felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly went to inform his companions, telling them not to continue looking. The heavenly mandate divine realm was too big, and it was difficult to find him. If they could, they really did not want to look around. After the guard left, Nian Xiaoyu rubbed her head and sighed. I hope he returns quickly before we set off. Why is he not cultivating in the holy temple of life? Why did he suddenly run out? Is there something urgent? She shook her head and could only wait for the news. While the two forces in the outside world were busy with the matter of Tianyin, he was controlling the 3 realms to fly to a remote place. Fortunately, on Fan Yu's side, there was no one flying outside, so they would not notice that the planet was flying. The consumption is really great. If my cultivation had not broken through, I would not have been able to control it. Tianyin wiped the sweat on his forehead. If he was at the Star Lord level, he would not be able to move it. There was one more thing that was necessary, and that was the star power. Without the star power, it was also impossible to move the three realms. He was now controlling the three realms and flying forward quickly. The speed was neither fast nor slow, which was better than not moving. He tried to fly to a remote place to avoid being discovered by the evil spirit race. He believed that when the evil spirit race found that the three realms were not there, they would definitely search for it. Therefore, he did not dare to stop for a moment and continued to fly to a remote place. This alone would take him several months to fly. On the way, he would go out and explain these things before continuing to control it. Otherwise, Yi Qingxian and the others would definitely be waiting for him up there, which would be troublesome. Almost it should be safe this time. Yi Tianyin controlled the three realms to fly to a relatively remote corner before stopping the three realms. There were other planets floating around, which could serve as a good cover. He still had to set up some concealment formations outside, otherwise he would definitely be easily found. Immediately, he came out of the control room and quickly flew out to set up the formation. The energy he spent was even more shocking. However, for the safety of the three realms, this work was necessary. This time, I have enough time to cultivate. There is no need to worry about this for the time being. Chapter 981. After setting up restrictions outside the three realms, Yi Tianyin finally settled one of his worries. After returning, he lived a comfortable life with Shi Shuyun and did not want to do anything else for the time being. He did not have much time to return, so he threw cultivation to the back of his mind. It was more important to spend time with his family first. After all, the evil spirit race would not find them for the time being, so there was more time. There was no need to be so anxious. He calculated that there was still half a year before the divine domain ascension battle, so he could still stay here for a short period of time. When the time came, he would rush back to cultivate properly. There was no rush. He had more time in Fanyu. Staying here for 10 years was equivalent to 2 years in the divine domain. From the looks of it, Fanyu seemed to have a greater advantage. If they were in the same cultivation environment, this place would have a great advantage. After all, time passed faster. Cultivating in the divine domain for 2 years was equivalent to cultivating for 10 years outside. How could his breakthrough, speed, not be fast? In reality, it was not calculated this way. The time in the divine domain flowed slower, and it was mainly to cooperate with the cultivator. Especially for Earth monarchs, if they stayed outside, 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, they would have to accept the heavenly tribulation. If they were in the divine domain, be it the cultivation environment or the cultivation time, they would have more time. The key was that the time in the divine domain was longer. 2 years was equivalent to 10 years in Fanyu, so there was no need to be in a hurry to accept the heavenly tribulation. Cultivators were not fools. Otherwise, they would not keep heading to the divine territory. After staying here for a period of time, Yi Tianyin quickly arrived at the spacious planet outside and began to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Only after the heavenly tribulation could he be considered a 6th refinement Earth monarch. Since he had nothing to do, he found a place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Upgrade to 6th refinement Earth monarch. Ding. Experience deducted. Successfully upgraded to 6th refinement Earth monarch. As soon as he finished speaking, thick tribulation clouds immediately surged out from the sky, covering a much wider area than before. Lightning and fire intersected on top of the clouds, flickering endlessly in the sky. The might of the tribulation clouds was much greater than before. A heavenly tribulation at the 6th refinement. It was still destroyed by me with a single punch. Yi Tianyin smiled and immediately rushed up into the sky. He ignored the huge lightning bolts that came crashing down and swung his fist. Boom! An attack with 1,000,000 star power was still blown up by his punch. Then he punched the tribulation cloud again, and the result was the same as before. Still in the most overbearing manner, he completely shattered the tribulation cloud. Buzz! After the tribulation cloud was blown up, another beam of divine light descended and nourished him. enhancing his physique in all aspects and the concentration of astral power in his body. He instantly felt that his strength had increased tremendously. The higher the level, the harder it was to break through. However, this was all within his tolerance range. There was no pressure at all. Seems like Earth Lord Zhu Lian has no problem at all. Yi Tianyin was full of confidence. If this continued, it would not be a problem for him to defeat Earth Lord Zhu Lian. After the breakthrough, Yi Tianyin returned to the three realms. Because he brought back many martial arts, most of the cultivators started to cultivate crazily. Such amazing martial arts made them feel rejuvenated. They continued to cultivate crazily when they were young. When Yi Tianyin saw this situation, he knew that the three realms would change greatly the next time he returned. There would be more and more people breaking through to the God King stage. Before going to the deity domain, they still belonged to the God King stage. When they went to the deity domain, their energy would be converted and they could be called Star Lords. Let's do the lottery! He had never had a chance to do the lottery. When he killed the Lord of Heaven, he had already obtained 3 lottery chances. When he broke through to the 5th refinement of the earth, Lord Zhu Lian, and killed the Lord of Heaven of the evil spirit race, there was no additional reward. It seemed that he had to be of a higher level. Then he opened the deity domain lottery roulette. The most exciting moment had arrived. Now he wanted to get a divine skill to strengthen himself. Although he was not weak now, the stronger he was the better. Who would dislike being too strong? Lottery. The huge lottery roulette began to spin, and the pointer kept skimming over the lottery category. Soon the pointer stopped and finally pointed at the divine skill type. Very good. Yi Tianyin's eyes lit up. It was his first time drawing a divine skill. He had to say that his luck was really good. Dong! A crystal box rolled into his inventory, which made him excited at first. Then he quickly opened the crystal box and didn't leave it there for long. After opening it, something appeared in front of him. Eyes of Charm, level 4. What Eyes of Charm? Yi Tianyin was stunned. It was the same as before. After drawing the previous divine skill will be converted into Crazy Point. Of course, it won't upgrade the current divine skill. It needs a lot of Crazy Point. Eyes of Charm can charm the strong cultivator of the Lord of Heaven, not including the Lord of Heaven. They will absolutely obey your orders. Level 4, no cooldown time, can only control 2 people. Next level requires 1 billion Crazy Point. Note, if the opponent's mental power is too strong, or if the opponent is possessed by someone else, it may lead to failure. It seems that I still made a profit. I guessed Eyes of Charm was level 2, but upgrading it to level 4 requires a lot of Crazy Point. Yi Tianyin can only comfort himself. But it does save hundreds of millions of Crazy Point, and he can control the strong cultivator of the Lord of Heaven, which undoubtedly makes it more practical. Again, soon the lottery roulette continued to spin, and the pointer finally pointed at the divine skill. Very good. Yi Tianyin was happy. It seems that today is really lucky. He got a divine skill again. Dong! The crystal box fell into the inventory, and he opened it with anticipation. Another divine skill appeared in front of him. Instant Transmission, level 5. Instant Transmission. Teleport to a distance of 500 miles in an instant. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Next level requires 1 billion Crazy Point. Sure enough, he got the previous divine skill again, which made him feel very depressed. But at least it is level 5, so the distance has increased a lot. Forget it. At least it is a divine skill. I don't need to upgrade it myself. Yi Tianyin comforted himself again, and then rotated the lottery roulette again. He hoped that the last chance will give him a new divine skill. Dong! The crystal box fell again, and a divine skill appeared in front of him. Luck Aura, level 5. Chapter 982. Luck Aura. Level 5 Luck Aura can increase luck by 100 times, helping you to have excellent luck in battle or treasure digging. consumes 100,000 crazy points per second. Seeing this consumption, Tianyin was scared and didn't dare to use it anymore. 100,000 crazy points per second. It's really too much. In the past, 100,000 crazy points could buy a lot of things, but now it's not even enough to use the most basic expenses. And this is a second, not a minute. It's even more than the consumption of crazy mode. But 100 times luck, this is quite overbearing. As for luck value, I don't know. Tianyin nodded, but this luck aura has never let him down. Therefore, it's activated at the moment of killing, and there will definitely be a lot of things dropped. 3 lottery draws are gone. I really want to continue to spend crazy point on the lottery. Tianyin smacked his lips. If only using crazy point to draw the lottery. The price is really expensive. A single draw costs tens of millions of crazy point, more expensive than anything else. Now it's very easy to get crazy points, so tens of millions of crazy points is not a big problem. Almost. It's time to go back. I don't know if Elder Nian will scold me to death. Tianyin shook his head, suddenly leaving without saying goodbye. If it's someone else, they will go crazy. Immediately, Tianyin went to find Lei Zhengyu. He has been wandering in the 3 realms. Without Tianyin's instructions, he naturally won't leave here. Brother Lei, we are going back. When Tianyin found Lei Zhengyu, he was bored, teaching the disciples of Heavenly Cloud Divine Kingdom to cultivate. Going back so soon? I didn't expect this to be Boss Yi's hometown. Under normal circumstances, you really don't want to expose your hometown. It seems that Boss Yi still trusts me a lot. Lei Zhengyu grinned. We are all human race. We are friends outside. Of course, we trust each other. Tianyin reached out and patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, Thank you this time. If you have any problems, just tell me. Don't worry. If I really need Boss Yi's help, I will definitely not be polite. Lei Zhengyu laughed. So how do we go back now? Do we take the spirit ship or fly? You don't need anything. Just stay here. Tianyin smiled and patted him on the shoulder, then said goodbye to Shi Shuiyun. Shuiyun, I have to go for now. This place is safe. The evil spirit race will not find this place for the time being. If they really find this place, I believe that we will have enough power to defeat them. Tianyin is confident that as long as he is given a little more time, he will be able to solve the problem. Tianyin said with confidence. I believe you, Shue said. I Shue is will. I will Shue too. Well, I will. Tianyin held her tightly and did not say much. He only knew that his responsibility was greater. It was not to protect the 3 realms. He simply wanted to protect his family. After saying goodbye, Tianyin went to find Lei Zhengyu to move into the inner world, and then use the teleportation stone to directly return to the heavenly mandate divine realm. It was easy. He did not need to use any divine general summoning order. As long as he placed the person in the inner world, he could easily bring him back. Then Tianyin gave Lei Zhengyu a lot of treasures. After all, he was his own divine general, and he could not be shabby. Lei Zhengyu did not refuse anything at all, and directly accepted it. He knew that Tianyin had many advantages, and in order not to drag him down, he needed more resources to strengthen himself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After sending off Lei Zhengyu, the identity token in his arms began to scream, and he took it out and kept shaking. As he continued to sense it, he immediately sensed strong information, constantly surging into his mind. If there is anything, please come back quickly. The heavenly mandate divine realm will help you solve it. Come back quickly. The battle to heaven in the divine realm is about to begin. Don't run around. If you come back, please go to Elder Nian. Elder Nian can help you settle anything. All kinds of information seemed to be accumulating, and they were all transmitted to him, making his ears buzz. He had to say that the treatment was absolutely different. If there was no use, no matter where he went, he would not care. Now his status was not low, and the battle to heaven in the divine realm depended on him to get a good result. As for Morong Shao, he could only stand aside. Through the situation of the life sacred hall this time, Everyone felt that Yi Tianyin would have a greater chance than Morong Xiao, especially since he did not need to distribute too many benefits. There was no doubt that more attention would be paid to training. As expected, they are looking for me everywhere. Yi Tianyin shook his head and immediately went directly to the heavenly mandate divine planet, where Nian Xiu was waiting. Before he arrived at the heavenly mandate divine planet, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yi Tianyin, reaching out to knock him on the head. Yi Tianyin dodged the attack lightly. "Hey, how dare you dodge?" It was Nian Xiu who appeared in front of Yi Tianyin, looking at him angrily, just wanting to teach him a simple lesson. Don't be angry, Elder Nian. I am back now, am I not? Yi Tianyin shrugged helplessly. "Where have you been? This is a critical period. If you don't come back, then the loss will be great." Nian Xiu stared at him and said, "I went back to my hometown for a while. It is a relatively urgent matter." Yi Tianyin did not lie. Anyway, they all knew this. "Is there something urgent?" "If there is anything, we can send someone to help you solve it," Nian Xiu asked. "Can you help me solve the matter of the evil spirit clan?" Yi Tianyin looked at her and smiled faintly. The evil spirit clan. Nian Xiu's eyes turned cold, looked at him, and said in a deep voice, "Where is it? I will help you solve it." Without saying anything, she immediately went to help Yi Tianyin solve the problem, which was somewhat unexpected. Isn't the evil spirit clan at the level of the second-grade god realm, or even the third-grade god realm? Won't you bring danger to the heavenly mandate divine realm by doing this? Yi Tianyin asked curiously. Everyone has the right to kill the evil spirit clan, especially the forces of Fanyu. They are extremely disgusted. Many of our clansmen have been devoured by them. They have offended so many people. How dare they come here openly? Nian Xiu snorted coldly and said, "Our forces are not as strong as them, but we will never compromise." Chapter 983. In that case, since so many cultivators hate the evil spirit race so much, why don't we join forces to eliminate them? Yi Tianyin thought for a moment, then asked, "Or perhaps even more powerful divine realm forces to get rid of them?" Yi Tianyin did not understand much about this. Why didn't they exterminate such a disgusting race? Instead, they allowed them to cause trouble in Fan Yu's faction and occasionally in the divine realm. The reason is simple. The place they cause trouble is mainly Fan Yu. As for the divine realm, they only attack the more remote ones. At most, they are within the second-grade divine realm. As for our side, if we join forces, they won't be able to take us down. Nian Xiu said helplessly. As for the high-grade divine realm, they are indifferent to this aspect. To them, as long as it does not harm their interests, they will not send out a single soldier. Reality was cruel. As long as it did not touch their interests, they could not be bothered to care about what Fan Yu did. This was equivalent to those high and mighty rich people. It did not matter how the poor people in the slums were killed or starved to death. Even if they had more food than they could eat, they would not give them any. Especially the high-level divine realm. Do you think there will be fewer who are more ferocious than the evil spirit race? Nian Xiu shook her head. The world was vast and full of wonders. The evil spirit race was just one of the many races. Was there anything more ferocious than the evil spirit race? The answer was yes. It was just that they were powerful. No matter what they did, who would dare to resist? The fist was respected. The stronger one was, the harder the truth. Looks like we can only settle these matters ourselves. Yi Tianyin shook his head. Then hurry up and bring me over. I'll help you take care of them. Nian Xiu took out the spirit ship and prepared to bring Yi Tianyin there. No need. Does Elder Nian think that I can't deal with them? He smiled. Several killing gods had been instantly killed by him, let alone a mere evil spirit race. Thinking about it, you are not weak. It is not difficult to deal with them. However, if a stronger Lord of Heaven or a divine Lord were to come out, it would be troublesome. Nian Xiu frowned. But normally, the evil spirit race would not attack the human race for no reason, unless there is something they need. Nien Ci Yu's ability wasn't weak. Previously in the god-killing pagoda, she was at most able to unleash half of her strength. In fact, most of them could only unleash half of their full power. However, due to Yi Tianyun's heaven-defined title, he was not affected. If one thought that her power was just like that, then one would be thinking too much. When she truly erupted with power, even those death gods would be taken care of by her. It was just that Yi Tianyun was more violent and finished them off faster. That's not important for the time being. I can still make it if I join the ascending battle of the deity domain now, right? Yi Tianyun didn't say much in this aspect. Right now, he just needed to raise his cultivation. There's still time. Right now, everyone is testing their bone age. Most of them have arrived. Only you are left. Nien Ci, you said helplessly. There's a test for bone age. Yi Tianyun was puzzled. Yes, if you cultivate for too long, they won't allow you to participate in the competition. I believe that no matter what, it's impossible for you to have cultivated for 10,000 years, right? Nien Ci, you looked at him, and her gaze was a little unfocused, as though she didn't trust him. 10,000 years. Yi Tianyun had a strange expression as he looked at her and asked doubtfully, "Is there a huge limit to this bone age?" There is definitely a limit. Although 10,000 years isn't considered long. 10,000 years to cultivate to the Earth Monarch realm. If it was you, would you take me in as a disciple? Nien Ci, you smiled and said, "This depends on the situation." Yi Tianyun thought seriously for a moment. Nien Ci, you rolled her eyes at him and said, "All right, other people will definitely think that you are an old monster. Otherwise, why would your mental power be so heaven-defying?" That's hard to say. Yi Tianyun smiled and didn't refute anything. Instead, he asked, "Oh, right, the time in the divine territory is different from that of Fanyu. So, how is the bone age calculated?" "This is definitely calculated based on where you are. Anyway, you will know after the test. Now that you haven't appeared for a long time, people will think that you are hiding." Nien Ci, you didn't say much. She grabbed him and flew to their destination. Soon, Nien Ci, you brought him to their destination, Kai Tian Star. Actually, it wasn't a special place. It was just a place where people gathered. When he came here, there were many cultivators testing their bone age. Do you see the old man in front? The person testing his bone age is not from the heavenly mandate divine territory. He is the executor of this battle to the heavens in the divine territory, Nien Ci, you explained when she brought him down. Every divine territory had executors who went to test themselves. After all, it was definitely not very accurate for each divine territory to test themselves. Maybe some people would hide it. Therefore, they had to send executors over. As for whether or not they would be afraid that they would be paid to let people hide their bone age and sneak in, there was definitely such a thing. It was just that they must not be chosen as a disciple. Once they were chosen as a disciple and proved that their bone age exceeded the standard, the executor and the divine territory that provided the cultivator would be severely punished. For this reason, some divine territories spent money to buy people to go in. They were mainly for support and would not try to get into the top 100. If they were caught, they would definitely die. However, just as they came down, the cultivators all looked over. Yi Tianyun saw some familiar faces, but there were more unfamiliar faces. The familiar ones included Morong Shao, Yuan Tianyu, and the disciples from the core hall. There were also other disciples who were from the inner hall. Nien Ci Yu's arrival attracted many people's attention. Nien Ci Yu could be said to be their goddess. When they saw Nien Ci Yu, their eyes were filled with admiration. However, when they saw Yi Tianyun beside her, they immediately looked as if they had eaten a fly. Some began to guess Yi Tianyun's identity. As for those who knew Yi Tianyun, some are full of jealousy, and some are full of admiration. Everyone had different thoughts. Who is the person beside Elder Nien? To think that Elder Nien personally brought him over. It is really grand. He doesn't know. He is the super genius Tianyin who has been in the limelight recently. The outside world says that he is an old monster, but the truth is that he is already 30 to 40,000 years old. He has always been pretending to be young. 30 to 40,000 years old? Is it that exaggerated? If that is the case, wouldn't it be very shameful? He might not even be able to participate in the divine territory ascension battle. That's not it. Maybe it is like that. I heard that he has been hiding for a long time. Now that Elder Nyan has found him to test him, he is dead for sure. That's true. We have been testing for so long. Basically, most of the people who are participating in the divine territory ascension battle have arrived. He should have come earlier. This time he might really be caught. There will be a good show to watch. Chapter 984. Feeling the gloating gazes around him, Tianyin shrugged his shoulders. These people were really bored enough, wishing for others to be weaker. They really hope that I'm an old monster. Tianyin shook his head and said, "Only then will it be in line with your identity as a human, isn't it?" Nian Xiaoyu smiled, her tone full of ridicule. The position of the human race was that they had poor talent and could only rely on time to put it together. If Tianyin was an old monster, then all the previous records could basically be nullified. Because if it was any other cultivator who had lived for such a long time, they could also obtain such records. Therefore, if his bone age was found to be above 10,000 years, then Tianyin's name as a genius would immediately be removed. That's true. Tianyin laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It's just a pity. They will definitely be disappointed." Tianyin did not say much and lifted his feet to walk forward. However, he had only taken a few steps when Morong Xiao blocked in front of him. She put her hands on her waist and looked at him angrily and said, "Where did you go previously? I haven't seen you for so long. Let me tell you, I'm almost at the bottom, but you disappeared." "Well, I have something to do temporarily, so I went out for a while." Tianyin touched his nose and said helplessly, "But I can't go back to cultivate now. I'm preparing to participate in the divine territory ascending battle." "Humph." Murong Xiao pointed at him and snorted coldly. "In this divine territory ascending battle, my ranking will definitely be higher than yours." "Is that so?" "That couldn't be better. I believe the territorial lord will be very happy." Tianyin shrugged. He did not feel too much about this ranking being higher than him. Surpassing him was the other party's ability, especially since they were from the same force. Then what difference did it make who surpassed who? Morong Xiao saw that Tianyin was so indifferent and immediately became angry. You wait and see." She stomped her feet angrily and walked to the side, too lazy to bother with Tianyin. Yuan Tianyu hurriedly came over and consoled her. "Miss Mu, don't lower yourself to his level. Who knows, he might be an old monster. What's there to compete with? You'll be eliminated when the time comes." As Yuan Tianyu comforted Morong Xiao, he glanced sideways at Tianyin, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Originally, he was the number one in the core hull. However, after Tianyin's arrival, everything ceased to exist. Tianyin attracted everyone's attention, causing him, who was originally full of glory, to dim in an instant. At first, he didn't know much about it, but when he came out of the Church of Life and learned about it, he was immediately dumbfounded. The records were all things that he couldn't have imagined before. Plus, he ran to the bottom of the Church of Life, pulling the distance further and further. It was unknown who was the first to spread the rumor that Tianyin was an old demon. If Tianyin was an old demon, then all glory was nothing. Give him 10,000 years, he would definitely surpass Tianyin. Not just him. Other geniuses were the same. Hence, they all wanted to see what Tianyin's true bone age was. Of course, even if he didn't surpass 10,000 years, if he was above 8,000 or 9,000 years old, then it would similarly make people feel contemptuous. This was still the standard of geniuses. It was simply more average. all relying on the accumulation of time. None of your business. Don't follow me. Murong Xiao snorted coldly, completely ignoring Yuan Tianyu, lifting his feet and disappearing into the crowd. She already finished testing her bone age, so there was no need to continue staying here. What remained was to wait for the divine realm's battle to ascend to heaven to begin. Yuan Tianyu was incredibly embarrassed and could only stop obediently, his face full of awkwardness. The ridiculing gazes nearby made his self-esteem suffer a setback. Damn it! Yuan Tianyu, can't get any woman I want. Just you wait. When my ranking is higher than yours, I'll make your Mu clan kneel down. Yuan Tianyu thought hatefully in his heart. Ha! That Yuan Tianyu is at a disadvantage. Murong Xiao completely ignored him. Isn't that for sure? Murong Xiao is really an absolute genius, cultivating for less than 100 years and already reaching such a cultivation. There are few opponents, right? 100 years to cultivate to the 7th refinement Earth monarch. Simply inconceivable. That Yuan Tianyu's bone age is around 500 years, right? The difference is 5 times the time. So what if it's 5 times the time? That's still not what we can compare to. Among them, there were some supporters of Yuan Tianyu who started to refute. Yuan Tianyu couldn't compare to Murong Xiao, but could they compare? There were many cultivators present whose bone age was at least above 3,000 to 4,000 years. Even 6,000 to 7,000 years was very normal. In any case, it was fine as long as it didn't exceed 10,000 years. The problem was that the more conspicuous geniuses, their bone age absolutely could not be too high. Too high meant that they were letting down the name of genius. Given that much time, some geniuses could reach the standard. Yi Tianyin listened in all directions. The discussion on the side made him smile. To him, what was really important was not bone age, but a Dao heart. So what if it took a little more time? Otherwise, a heart demon would come over, and any genius would collapse. Bone age 4,673 years. Qualified next. The executor in front had a crystal in his hand, and the cultivators in front of him reached out and pressed their hands on it. There was no need to inject any energy. The energy transmitted by the crystal wrapped around their hands, and soon their bone age was tested. Then the next person lined up and continued to test their bone age, and it didn't take long for the bone age to appear. This bone age data was naturally transmitted to the old man's brain through the crystal, and it would not appear on the crystal. Bone age 5,765 years, qualified, next. The executor nodded, indicating that there was no problem. He was expressionless, just like an impartial elder, helping them test their bone age and then recording their data firmly as precious data. When the people in front saw Yi Tianyin and Nian Xiu coming over, some of them moved to the side, not even lining up. They just wanted Yi Tianyin to test his bone age, to see if Yi Tianyin was an old monster. It seems that everyone wants to see you make a fool of yourself. Nian Xiu shook her head. Yi Tianyin smiled and didn't say anything more, lifting his feet to walk forward. He was about to say that he would slowly line up, but now it seemed that there was no need to line up. When the executor saw the people lining up at the side, they all moved to the side and looked at Yi Tianyin in confusion, as if he was a cultivator that no one thought highly of. The executor didn't say anything. Anyway, his duty was to test, and the rest had nothing to do with him. Yi Tianyin came in front of him and very generously extended his hand, gesturing for the executor to test his bone age. He wasn't afraid at all. Everyone looked over with a very expectant expression, looking forward to Yi Tianyin being an old monster. Then the executor used a crystal and started to test Yi Tianyin's bone age. When the energy transmitted by the crystal enveloped Yi Tianyin, the executor was stunned. Chapter 985. Bone age of 29. When it was announced, all the cultivators who wanted to see the executor say that he was 8,000 or 9,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old, were dumbfounded on the spot and looked at the executor in disbelief. Not only the executor was shocked, but Nyen Yu was also shocked. She thought that Tianyin would be over 100 years old, or about 1,000 years old. Perhaps they were around 1,000 years old. Not too old, but at least a little older. Tianyin came from Fanyu, not from the divine realm, so his cultivation would naturally be much slower. Murong Xiao could have such cultivation in less than 100 years, mainly because she was born in the divine realm and her starting point was completely different from others. In addition, her family was relatively strong, so it was not surprising that she could have such a breakthrough in 100 years. Tianyin came from Fanyu, but he could reach such a cultivation at the age of 29. It was incredible. After the executor came back to his senses, he took off the crystal with a sullen face, took out another crystal from the storage ring, and prepared to continue the test. There was no doubt that the executor thought there was a problem with the crystal, and he wanted to test it with another one. What? It turns out that the executor thinks there is a problem with the crystal. It is really possible that there is a problem with the crystal. We must try another one. Yes, I think so too. It is very likely that there is a problem with the crystal. After testing so many people, there is more or less a problem. It is time to change it. 29 years old. How is this possible? All of them shook their heads, thinking that it was impossible for Tianyin to be only 29 years old. No one would believe that he could create such a terrible record at the age of 29. At least now, no one would believe it. Even the executor doubted whether there was a problem with his crystal. Otherwise, how could it be tested as 29 years old? At the same time, he also found that Tianyin's cultivation was the 6th refining Earth Lord. If it was not the 6th refining Earth Lord, he would not be so suspicious. If Tianyin was only at the Spirit King stage, the executor would not care. Of course, the heavenly mandate divine realm would definitely be scolded. The lowest standard was the 1st refining Earth Lord. So how could they not be scolded? Tianyin looked indifferent, ignoring all the ridicule and suspicion around him. The executor took out a crystal and wrapped it around Tianyin's palm. After continuing the test, his hand shook slightly, and the crystal in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. Clang, a clear and melodious sound rang out. However, this crystal wasn't that easily damaged. It attracted everyone's attention, and the executor was dumbfounded. No, it's impossible, right? The executor took out the crystal stone again and continued to test Tianyin, but the result was the same again and again. There was no difference. Following that, many of the cultivators saw a strange scene. The executor kept changing the crystals, one after another. Finally, he looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Really has a bone age of 29 years. Then many practitioners saw a strange scene. The executor kept changing the crystal, one after another, and finally looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Is it really 29 years old? How was it possible that the 6th refining Earth Lord was only 29 years old? Everyone's expression of disbelief gradually became shocked. It was really 29 years old, which made them feel very incredible. No way, is it really 29 years old? They were all stunned and felt very incredible. Before, they all thought that there was something wrong with the crystal, but now it seemed that it was not the crystal, but Tianyin was really only 29 years old. It seems that he is really 29 years old, not an old monster at all. Could he be an old monster who took over someone else's body? You can think of taking over someone else's body. Even if he really took over the body of a 29-year-old, even if it was the soul of an old monster, he may not be able to create such a record in such a short time. Taking over someone's body, this is a bit interesting. Maybe it is true. If it is taking over someone else's body, then it is not surprising to get such a result. It's just that this crystal doesn't have the ability to test the soul. All of them thought that Tianyin was taking over someone else's body. If he took over a young person's body and then cultivated like crazy, then he might be able to reach such a standard. In the end, they still didn't think that Tianyin had such a standard. All of you are talking nonsense. If it is taking over someone else's body, why would a heaven-defying expert take over a human that you all look down on? Or perhaps he would cultivate and fan you. Wouldn't there be a break-in period for taking over someone else's body, and he can immediately break through like crazy? That's right, it is fine that you all look down on us humans. But a genius appeared and got slapped in the face, and you all still refuse to admit it. Just based on your thoughts, it is truly despicable. The ones who refuted were naturally Tianyun's supporters. They were the humans that participated in this God realm ascension battle. Many of them were outstanding disciples of the inner hall, so they had the opportunity to participate in this God realm ascension battle. It was just that there weren't many of them, and they were pitifully few compared to the others. Everyone was pointed at their noses and scolded. Their faces alternated between green and white. These words were true. Taking over someone's body wasn't that simple. If the body wasn't suitable, then it was also useless. In particular, the break-in period required a considerable amount of time. Without at least 100 years of time, how could one completely break into this body? Especially the self-deprecating point. Why would a heaven-defying, seizing powerhouse try to take over the body of a human? So, you all think that he relied on his own ability to break through to this level at such a young age? Isn't that nonsense? He is standing right in front of you, alive and well, and he even came from Fanyu. He passed through the baptism of the God realm. This is something that no one can deceive. Passing through the baptism of the God realm proved that this was Tianyun's first time here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pass through the baptism of the God realm. This was something that no one could deceive and no one could refute. But they couldn't continue to refute. Tianyin was just too terrifying. He had such ability at such a young age, and if he was given a bit more time, just how terrifying would he be? Tianyin smiled faintly. He knew that this would cause such a sensation. I didn't expect that I would soon become an uncle. He rubbed his nose. He was almost 30 years old. And to cultivators, this age was no different from a child. To mortals, being 30 years old was considered quite an old age. Lord Executor, do we still need to test him? Tianyin looked at the executor, who was sweating profusely, and smiled knowingly. No, there's no need. He is indeed 29 years old, and his cultivation is at the 6th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. He is absolutely outstanding. When the executor read it out, he felt that it was inconceivable. There were a few points that made him feel that it was inconceivable, and that was that he came from the human race in Fanyu. These 2 points made him feel that it was extremely shocking. Chapter 986. After obtaining the approval of the executor, everyone obediently shut up. They were all shocked at how exactly did Tianyin cultivate. If it wasn't through possession, what exactly did Fanyu have that could allow such a shocking genius to appear? Murong Shao was a genius who was born in the God domain and was even nurtured by a decent family with resources. What could Tianyin have? Even the nobles in Fan you couldn't compare to the smallest family in the God domain, right? This made them puzzled. For a moment, there were still people who stubbornly said that it was a possession by an expert, otherwise it wouldn't be so heaven-defying. Based on Tianyin's situation, it could only be a possession by an expert. But even if it was a possession by an expert, it wasn't against the rules. According to the rules, the only thing that mattered was the body's bone age. Everything else wasn't a problem. Even if it was a possession, it wouldn't be a problem. The higher-ups weren't fools. They knew what choice they had to make. You guys keep insisting on possession. Do you really understand the theory behind possession? At this moment, Nian Xiaoyu's voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. An expert needs to find an extremely good physique for possession. The cultivation cannot be too low, unless their soul is extremely weak. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for them to enter the body of a few years old or a teenager. If they forcefully possess, there will only be one result, and that is the body exploding. The body won't be able to withstand such a strong force. It's the same logic as you guys consuming high-grade pills. You won't be able to withstand it. Looks like you guys didn't study properly. You don't even know this basic knowledge. Go and cultivate in seclusion. Nien Ci, you stood out to teach them a lesson, not giving them any face at all. Regarding the situation of Yi Tianyun's possession, she was really filled with anger, the harshness of possession. Those with high cultivation knew that if it was simple, who wouldn't want to possess someone? This was like the god slaying pagoda, only after going through careful selection and absorbing all sorts of baleful energy, meeting the most suitable conditions. If they could possess someone the moment they stepped onto the stage, they would have come out long ago. If the soul was weak, they would need to slowly nourish the soul before they could cultivate. Thus, it was very difficult to possess an extremely young physique and quickly raise one's cultivation. If there was really such a thing, there was only one possibility, and that was that this person was originally a super genius and his cultivation was not low, which was why he was possessed. In that case, there was no doubt that Yi Tianyun had been possessed. Therefore, the big shots who organized the divine domain ascension battle were definitely not fools. If such a person really existed, then he must be a super genius. They would not reject a super genius. After being scolded by Nien Ciu, they all lowered their heads. Thinking about it carefully, it did make sense. However, in order to comfort themselves, they could only find this stupid excuse. At the end of the day, he just didn't want to admit defeat. He didn't want to lose to a human. It was that simple. This kind of atmosphere couldn't be changed, even if you had great achievements. Yi Tianyun shook his head. He was already used to this. After coming to God's domain, the discrimination was even more severe. In the 3 realms, they were already discriminated against quite a lot. In God's domain, the discrimination was even more severe. They were basically no different from trash, making people have the feeling that they exploded with powerful strength during the assessment, and others even suspected whether they had consumed some heaven-defying pill and not their own pill. It really made people feel sad. Immediately after, Yi Tianyun didn't say much. He turned and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded disciples. Among them, Yuan Tianyu clenched his fists tightly. Previously, he also thought that Yi Tianyun was an old monster, but now he wasn't an old monster at all. He even had Nien Ci use help to support him. This treatment, this special honor, it wasn't what he could compare to. Damn it, why are all the benefits being taken by this guy? Yuan Tianyu felt very unwilling, but he could only choose to remain silent. Nien Ci swept a glance at them and said sternly, "Cultivate well. This God's domain ascension battle is your chance. If you can fight your way into the top 100, you can be said to have a meteoric rise. Instead of talking nonsense here, it's better to prepare properly." Yes, they could only respond and quickly dispersed. Originally, after they finished the assessment, they should go back and wait to set off. Coincidentally, Nien Ci brought Yi Tianyun over, so they all stayed behind to watch. Who knew that they would see such a shocking thing? Yi Tianyun's bone age of 29 years crushed Murong Xiao. Yi Tianyun was a true youth. In contrast, Murong Xiao's youth was equivalent to an old woman in comparison. Many thanks to Elder Nien for speaking up for me just now. Although Yi Tianyun didn't mind these things, he still felt some gratitude towards Nien Ciu for speaking up for him. There's nothing to thank for this. I'm just speaking the truth. If you have a bone age of over a few hundred years, I might still believe this. But for someone who was possessed within 100 years and still able to cultivate to such a level, it's really something impossible. Nien Ciu shook her head. Her eyes were filled with doubt. I'm very curious. How exactly did you cultivate? You're already at the 6th refinement Earth Monarch. She remembered that Yi Tianyun wasn't even at the 4th refinement Earth Monarch. In such a short time, he had already broken through to the 6th refinement Earth Monarch. It was truly unbelievable. Well, I broke through as I cultivated. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He didn't say these words carelessly. He just casually killed some monsters, absorbed some energy, and then broke through. Nian Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Forget it. I won't say much about this matter. It seems like both of us elders can't teach you anything. Later, don't run anymore. Stay with me. It won't be long before we set off." All right. Tianyin felt helpless. Nian Xiaoyu was scared by him. If he disappeared again, where would she go to find him? There wasn't much time left. If he disappeared again, it would really be asking for his life. Immediately after, Nian Xiaoyu brought Tianyin to her own residence to cultivate together. She didn't bring him anywhere else. There wasn't much time. After staying in the residence for over a month, they set off. This time, when they set off to their destination, they all took a giant spirit ship to their destination. This was where all the participants were accommodated. Tianyin glanced around. There were over 200 participants. There weren't many of them, but they were all elites among elites. The lowest cultivation was at the 2nd refinement Earth Monarch realm. The highest cultivation was at the 7th refinement Earth Monarch realm. Of course, there was only one person at this level, and that was Morong Shao. The rest were mainly at the 3rd or 4th refinement Earth Monarch realm. The number of 6th refinement Earth Monarchs was less than a handful. Tianyin chose a corner to meditate. In any case, there wasn't anyone he was familiar with. Chapter 987. Tell me, how did you cultivate? Your bone age is 29 years old. Are you kidding me? A familiar voice rang in his ears. Tianyin did not need to open his eyes to know that it was Morong Shao who spoke. The little girl, Morong Shao, was the only one in the entire place. She did not care about the situation around her at all. She would say whatever she wanted and do whatever she wanted. She was indeed a rich young lady. A genius young lady who grew up in the divine territory was most likely spoiled. Whether I'm kidding you or not, you can verify it with the executor. He will give you an answer. Tianyin was too lazy to open his eyes. This little girl was stubborn and did not want to lose to him. Humph. Then tell me how you cultivated. You are so much younger than me. Morong Shao did not give up. She wanted to find out the secret of cultivation from Tianyin. The situation here immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. They all pricked up their ears, not willing to miss a single word. They were curious about Tianyin's cultivation speed. If they could know how he cultivated, it would naturally be the best thing. I broke through as I cultivated, but I don't know why. Tianyin slowly opened his eyes and looked at her with a faint smile. Maybe this is talent. When the word talent came out of his mouth, everyone had a strange look on their faces. A human saying that he was very talented was like a poor man saying that he was very rich. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Morong Shao was very unhappy. She sat beside Tianyin and closed her eyes to cultivate. The others were speechless. They thought that they could learn some cultivation method from Tianyin, but there was no news at all. Thinking about it carefully, how could Tianyin tell them the secret? If it was someone else, they would not be willing to tell their cultivation method. Unless he had been kicked in the head, it was impossible for him to say such words. When Yuan Tianyu saw Morong Shao meditating beside Tianyin, he was so jealous that his eyes were about to spit fire. He had been chasing after Morong Shao like a madman, but the latter had ignored him. Tianyin ignored Morong Shao, but Morong Shao stuck to him. Tianyin couldn't help but curse in his heart. Bitch! He was jealous. He was jealous of everything. Everyone's attention was on Tianyin. As for his situation, no one cared about him at all. Although he didn't like it, he didn't dare to take action or say it out loud. He could only keep it in his heart. They were not allowed to fight here, not even in a competition. They were already preparing to participate in the ascending heavens battle in the divine domain. If they were to get injured here, it would definitely not be worth it. Even if there were people who didn't like Tianyin, they could only hold it in. The real future was to obtain good results in the ascending heavens battle in the divine domain, not to be stupid here. Thus, even if there were people who were unhappy with Tianyin along the way, they still safely arrived at the destination of the ascending heavens battle in the divine domain, the divine war continent. Look, we're almost there. At this time, some cultivators sat up from their meditation. They had stayed on the spirit ship for half a year. Finally, they could see their destination. How could they not be excited, especially since this was a place that could allow people to soar to the top? It was hard not to be excited. One by one, they opened their eyes and looked outside the spirit ship. Immediately, they saw an incomparably huge continent floating in the air. It wasn't a huge planet, but a huge continent. At a glance, they couldn't see the end of it. This was the battlefield they were going to participate in. Tianyin also opened his eyes. What he saw was a vast continent. It wasn't a planet. Although it wasn't a planet, there wasn't much difference between the two. In any case, it was fine as long as they could stay on it. At the same time, they looked around and discovered that there were other spirit ships flying in other directions. Every divine domain had their own camp. Thus, not all of them were gathered together. Soon, their spirit ships descended from the sky and landed accurately outside a temple. There wasn't a single person inside the temple. It was completely empty. There wasn't even a guard. Everyone go in. Nian, Xiyu led the team inside. Even the other elders followed along. As for the region lord, she didn't come with them. The region lord would definitely come to watch. However, the place they were heading to was naturally different from where they were. Thus, they were all led by the elders to wait inside the temple. Then they all followed in and stood at the side, waiting for Nian Tsiyu's orders. Some of you have participated in the ascending heavens battle in the divine domain before. You all have more experience. I hope that you can lead the team and guide the new junior apprentice brothers. Nian, Tsiyu glanced at everyone and said solemnly, "This ascending heavens battle is a brand new starting point for all of you. If you can obtain good results, your future will be bright. Here, I hope that everyone will put aside all prejudices and focus on breaking through to the divine domain for the ascending heavens battle. After all, your true enemies aren't your own sect members, but the other divine domains. At the same time, I don't wish to see any sect members harming each other. Once discovered, after the ascending heavens battle ends, you will definitely be punished severely." Everyone looked at each other. Indeed, they had to put aside their personal prejudices here. So what if they killed their own sect members? It wouldn't increase their ranking at all. If they cooperated well, it could be said that both sides would benefit. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyin, Morong Shao, and the others. With their leadership, there was no doubt that there would be a lot more hope for success. They didn't need to fight their way into the top 100. Fighting their way into the top 500 was already extremely glorious. Even if the other divine domains didn't reward them, their respective camps would still reward them handsomely. After all, with so many divine domains fighting each other, it was more for their own face and dignity. Next, it will depend on your own abilities. I am very much looking forward to your results. If you can obtain excellent results, it will be very beneficial for you and for our heavenly mandate realm. Nian Tsiyu looked at them and said, "That's all for now. Next, it's time to distribute the elixirs." Following that, they distributed a lot of recovery elixirs and healing elixirs. In this battle, the consumption was shocking, so they naturally needed more elixirs. After all the elixirs were distributed, Nian Tsiyu and the other elders were ready to leave. They couldn't continue to stay here. Work hard. We will all see it. When Nian Tsiyu passed by Yi Tianyin and Morong Shao, she looked at them and nodded. She didn't say anything to anyone. Chapter 988. The participants were all locked inside the shrine and couldn't leave for the time being. However, they all stood at the entrance and looked outside, wanting to see what the battlefield looked like. Yi Tianyin, also stood at the entrance and looked at the battlefield outside. Actually, he couldn't feel anything here. It was no different from the other planets. There was no pressure, and there were no special dangers. From afar, it was a barren land with only a forest on the horizon. As for the other places, he couldn't see clearly. Apart from this, there were other temples in the distance, and there was more than one of them. It was as if the entire God War continent was surrounded by them in a circle. There were at least a few dozen of them in his line of sight. If he added them all up, there would probably be more than 100 or even a few hundred of them. This meant that there were more than 100 god realms participating. If each god realm sent 200 to 300 people, there would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. However, only 100 people could be selected. As for whether they could be selected, that was another matter. Although they were grade 2 god realms, only one grade higher, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. At the end of the day, grade 2 god realms were internal forces. Most of them were native god realm experts. This was the reason why they were so arrogant. They could enjoy a more concentrated star force. Most of the cultivators that came from Fan, you were not worthy of their attention, unless they were extremely outstanding. That was why they only listed the top 100. They wanted the elites of the elites and couldn't be bothered to look at the rest. If they were included in the forces, they might even be a burden. As expected of the ascending battle of the god realm, only those who can rank first can be considered to have truly ascended to the heavens. Tianyan sighed as he looked at the forces outside. This was definitely going to be a massacre. When the time came, all the geniuses would be fighting each other. Whether they could escape would depend on their own abilities. Since they didn't know when it would start, they all sat there cross-legged. The cultivators who had participated before started to explain proudly. Just wait for a while. In about a week, we will wait for all the participants to arrive. When the preparations start, we will give you a token. This token is your life. Without the token, you will be eliminated. What kind of tests will there be in the future? It's hard to say about the assessment. There will be some changes every time. However, there won't be any changes in the first round, which is the selection. We have to cut at least half of our numbers. Cut down more than half of our numbers. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If there were more than 100,000 people participating, wouldn't that mean that more than 50,000 people would be eliminated? This elimination was too cruel. So many people were eliminated at once. Yes, the first test is none other than to collect command tokens, and only when a certain number of command tokens are obtained will one be able to be selected. Therefore, you have to grasp this opportunity and snatch more tokens. Only then will you be selected. As for how many pieces will be needed, I'm not sure. In short, if you feel that you can't beat your opponent, just admit defeat and throw out the token. You'll be teleported back here. It was just that he didn't have the qualifications. Fortunately, his life was saved. There's no such thing as surrender here. No matter what they say, as long as they don't throw out their tokens, don't think that they've really surrendered. Who knows? They might sneak attack you when you're not paying attention. These seniors started to explain. Their talent was not bad, but it wasn't heaven-defying. Their advantage was that they had participated more than once or twice. Therefore, they were surrounded by groups of people, constantly interrogating them about all sorts of things so that they could be prepared. Here, there wouldn't be anyone to explain to them. Once the killing started, the enemy wouldn't give them a chance to explain. When the time comes, you'll form a team with us. This way, your chances of winning will be higher. The young man who was explaining was called Sikong Ma. After explaining for a while, he looked at Tianyan and asked, "Do you want to form a team with us? Since we're from the same sect, we should cooperate well." Tianyan looked at him indifferently, then said slowly, "There's no need. I'm used to traveling alone." How could he not understand what the other party was thinking? It seemed like he was explaining the situation, but in fact he was trying to win over the hearts of the people so that they could fight together. As for how to split the command tokens, that would definitely be decided by the leader. This wasn't a wrong method. With more people together, It would definitely be safer. However, Tianyin didn't like it. Earning the command tokens in this way was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Sikong Ma's face darkened. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. You really don't know what's good for you. Senior brother Sima was kind enough to take care of you, but you actually don't appreciate it. That's right. Elder Nian said that we should be united. Aren't you being ununited? One by one, they started to criticize Tianyin. Deep in their eyes, they were scheming to take advantage of him. Tianyin was so powerful, how could he let him go? Sikong Ma raised his hand to stop them. Then he sighed and said, he's a genius with his own abilities. Naturally, he doesn't like to team up with us. Miss Mo, I wonder if you're willing to join us? I'm very experienced here. I guarantee that you'll be able to obtain a lot of command tokens in the first round. You'll gain an excellent advantage. When he saw that he couldn't rope in Tianyin, he started to turn to Morong Xiao and the others. He wanted to rope in someone with strong combat strength. I'm not interested. Morong Xiao waved his hand. He rejected them without any hesitation. This made Sikong Ma's face turn even uglier. He didn't expect that he would be rejected twice. Miss Mo, are you really not going to consider it? We have 3 people who are very familiar with the environment here. They definitely have a lot of experience. I guarantee that you'll be able to obtain excellent results. Sikong Ma continued to persuade her. A lot of experience. I don't think you'll be able to get into the top 100. Morong Xiao stared at them as if he was looking at an idiot. What experience? You can keep it for yourselves. Tianyin immediately laughed out loud. This girl's mouth was really poisonous. She hit the nail on the head. What a lot of experience. That's useless here. You can't even get into the top 100, or even the top 500, and you're still bragging here? Sikong Ma's face turned even uglier. This was no doubt that he was exposed. Indeed, he didn't get good results. There were so many powerful people here. His rich experience could give him a better start. However, it was just a start. Those who were truly powerful could get good results, even if it was their first time here. Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to scold Morong Xiao, but they didn't dare to do so. This was because Morong Xiao had the ability to scold people. They didn't dare to retort even when they were scolded. Chapter 989. Brother Sima, I'm willing to team up with you. At this time, Yuan Tianyu stood up and chose to team up with Sikong Ma. When Sikong Ma saw Yuan Tianyu, his eyes immediately lit up. Welcome, Junior Brother Yuan. Junior Brother Yuan is the #1 genius of the core hull. With Junior Brother Yuan joining us, our team will be like a tiger that has grown wings. You flatter me, you flatter me. After being flattered, Yuan Tianyu felt very satisfied. They looked at each other and could see many things from each other's eyes, but most of them were smiles of collusion. In the end, it was for themselves. As leaders, after getting the tokens, they would decide how to distribute them. By then, the others would just be their fighters, and it would be a great advantage. Tianyin glanced over there and didn't bother to pay any attention to them. Then they began to divide into groups. They were divided into several teams with their seniors as the leaders. It was better to act separately. It was safer to be too concentrated. But the speed of collecting tokens would be much slower. It didn't take long. 3 days later, suddenly a light flashed on the ground. The executor appeared in front of them, glanced at them, and said, "Line up one by one to get your tokens." Everyone was excited and quickly began to line up to get their tokens. Tianyin also stood up to get his token. After getting all the tokens, the executor didn't say anything and disappeared. After getting his token, Tianyin carefully looked at the situation on it. The word Heavenly Mandate was engraved on it, which meant that they belonged to the camp of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Naturally, they were named after this. In the same camp, they could only count their own token. The others in the same camp didn't matter. No matter how many there were, as long as they were in the same camp, they could only be counted as one. However, This didn't make much sense. The more sinister ones could use it to exchange for tokens from other camps. This kind of thing couldn't be stopped. They could only correspondingly slow it down. Buzz! At this time, suddenly a terrible pressure came from the sky, pressing down from the sky. They felt their bodies sink, and the gravity increased dozens of times. At the same time, a gust of evil chi surged in from outside, stimulating their nerves and filling them with a bit of fighting spirit. This wasn't done on purpose. Rather, it was because this place had been through a long battle and the baleful aura here was definitely denser. It was just that compared to the god-slaying pagoda, it was a few levels lower. It could only fill them with battle intent and the desire to battle. Not long after, the barrier in front of them disappeared. Then an even denser, baleful aura came from the outside, which meant that the battlefield was open to them. Get out! The eyes of Sikong Ma and the others lit up, and they quickly rushed outside. As the door was very wide, the group immediately rushed out. Yi Tianyin also rushed out. As soon as they got out, they immediately felt that the outside world had changed greatly. The sky was covered by a thick layer of barrier, which meant that they could not fly out of this place. From the looks of it, he could only fly a short distance up into the sky and not out of this place. Apart from that, after the opening of the battlefield, the baleful aura was much denser. The originally ordinary place in front of them had suddenly turned into an Azura hell. As soon as they came out, they saw a group of people rushing out of the shrine. They looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. The tokens were all with the other party. As for whether to fight or not, that would depend on the individual. However, the group did not start fighting immediately. It was obviously not wise to start a fight here. After they obtained the tokens, they could read the rules from the tokens. Without the guidance of the seniors, they could obtain the rules of the first stage from the tokens. The rules of the first stage were very simple. To successfully pass it, there were 2 conditions. The first condition was to collect 2 tokens. The second condition was to pass through the danger zone and reach the destination. Therefore, it was useless even if they collected a few hundred tokens. As long as they did not reach the destination, they would not be considered to have passed the test. Because of this, they did not start fighting immediately. At the very least, they had to reach the area at the front, which was not as spacious as this area. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They all knew this logic. As they needed 2 tokens to be considered to be qualified to advance, it meant that at least half of the participants would be eliminated. Just as Sima Kong and the others had said, more than half of the participants would be eliminated. The reason why it was more than half was because some cultivators obtained more than 1 token. 2 tokens was just a passing grade. If one wanted to be chosen, one had to reach an outstanding standard. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to come here. Yi Tianyin glanced at his opponents. The detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. It had to be said that his opponents were also elites. With a casual glance, there were quite a few 6th refinement Earth monarchs. There were also 7th refinement Earth monarchs. As for 8th refinement Earth monarchs and above, he had never seen them before. The rarity was rather high. Not in a hurry to make a move, ha? Yi Tianyin smiled and flew forward rapidly. One could obviously fly high in the sky, but very few people would do so. Unless they had absolute confidence, flying high in the sky would only lead to death. If an attack came from below, then flying high in the sky would be like a live target. It would be hard not to die. Very quickly, he disappeared into the forest. When he stepped into the forest, he immediately felt a chill coming from all directions. Without a doubt, this forest was dangerous. Not only did he have to be wary of his opponents, but he also had to be wary of the dangers here. Swish, swish, swish. All of a sudden, countless spikes pierced up from the ground. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and dodged to the side. Following that, he stomped on the ground forcefully. Dong! A giant demonic beast was jolted out by him. Its entire body was covered with spikes, just like an incomparably giant hedgehog. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This giant hedgehog squeaked and squatted towards Itianyan. Countless spikes on its back shot over, and each one of them had terrifying power. This demonic beast that appeared had a second refinement Earth monarch cultivation. It wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. He didn't expect to encounter a second refinement Earth monarch demonic beast right after he entered. This was truly a dangerous place for demonic beasts. Tianyun's figure flashed and appeared in the air above the giant hedgehog. He completely ignored the spikes on its back and pressed down heavily. Heaven-trembling art. Over 50 billion kilograms of force pressed down, flattening this giant hedgehog and pressing it into the depths of the soil. However, this foot didn't flatten it. Instead, it was stomped until it couldn't move. It just so happens that someone is here to lead the way. Capture it for me. Tianyan aimed at it and used the capture technique, wanting to capture a demonic beast to lead the way, especially those that like to drill into the ground. They were undoubtedly more suitable to lead the way. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This hedgehog struggled and resisted Tianyun's capture. You still want to resist my capture? Tianyan sneered and pressed his body down again. The body of the hedgehog started to sink in. If this continued, the hedgehog would definitely be trampled into a meat patty. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The hedgehog started to scream. The intense pain made it not dare to resist anymore. Very good. Continue to capture. When Tianyan tried again, the hedgehog no longer resisted and was easily kept in the pet space, becoming one of his pets. Ding! Successfully captured a giant hedgehog. Obtained 30 billion experience points. Pet capture skill proficiency, 10,000 points. Chapter 990. For others, these demonic beasts were a nightmare. For Tianyan, it was a benefit. Capturing a demonic beast could not only lead the way, but it could also serve as a companion, which was much more convenient than working with others. Easily capturing an Earth-level demonic beast. It's too fast to increase my strength. Tianyan smiled. The demonic beasts in the 3 realms before had relatively low cultivation. If he brought them to level up, it would consume a lot of time. Now was the best time to capture them directly. It was ready-made here, so he didn't need to cultivate. It's really not safe here. No wonder it needs to be at least an Earth-level cultivator. If it's too low, you'll be killed immediately. Tianyan shook his head. After the heavenly battle of the divine realm, those who could survive were considered to be relatively capable. Of course, this referred to those who couldn't reach the target, not those who ran away. Throwing the token would send them back automatically. This was undoubtedly the safest way. At this time there was a scream from the side. There was no doubt that someone had been attacked by a demonic beast. As for whether he was dead or not, it was unclear. Tianyan didn't pay too much attention to it. He signaled his pet to lead the way and pass through this place first. Not long after he moved forward, he immediately felt fluctuations around him. He quickly put away his pet. The next moment, a group of 6 people rushed over from the side. This number was a good choice for a small team. When they saw Tianyan, they were stunned at first. Then Chan Hao, who was the leader, grinned and said, "So it's people from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. I didn't expect to see someone alone at the beginning. Boss, it seems that we'll be able to earn a token soon. I don't know if this kid is stupid, but he actually fell behind. Hasn't the Heavenly Mandate Realm always been like this? In the past, they were at the bottom. This year will be no exception." When they saw Tianyan, they all looked at him with contempt. They felt that Tianyan was a piece of meat on the chopping board, easily obtainable. "Little brat, are you willing to throw away the token and surrender, or choose to resist?" Chen Hao smiled faintly. His men surrounded Tianyan, not wanting to let Tianyan escape. Hearing this, Tianyan grinned and said, I didn't expect you to be here to give me a token. In that case, I'll accept it. You're courting death. Chin Hao's face sank. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a long saber appeared in his hand. His silhouette flickered, and he turned into an arc of light as he slashed towards Chen Hao's head. One-hit kill. Yi Tianyin took a step forward, and simply used his body to collide with the wall. Boom! Chen Hao was sent flying. He smashed through several giant trees, and no longer had any signs of life. Ding! Successfully killed Chen Hao. Reward: 370 billion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 500,000 SPs. After activating crazy experience mode, experience and like surged in like crazy, but these were just appetizers. Boss Chin. Their faces paled. They hadn't expected that their boss would be dealt with so easily. They could feel that Chen Hao wasn't breathing at all. It was obvious that he was dead. The remaining 5 people looked at Yi Tianyin. Their eyes widened, and their feet couldn't help but tremble. Yi Tianyin and Yi Tianyin are not at the same level at all. Now it's your turn. As soon as Yi Tianyin's voice fell, he didn't hesitate to rush forward with his powerful physique. His dragon god bloodline has been upgraded to such a high level that his physique is almost invincible. Dong! 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 3 people were sent flying by Yi Tianyin, and just like Chen Hao, they were completely dead. The remaining 2 people trembled, and their legs went soft. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Sir, please let us go. You have already killed several of our companions. As long as you collect 2 tokens, you will be able to pass this trial. You won't get any reward if you collect more tokens. They didn't want to throw away the token and surrender. It was the same as giving up this trial. They just started and they had to leave. How could they be willing? They wanted to show off their skills here, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate, and it was a very hard one. Buzz. At this moment, the tokens in their arms lit up, and a message flowed into their minds. Those who collect 15 tokens after the end of the first trial will be rewarded with a mid-grade reincarnation rank martial art. Those who collect 30 tokens will be rewarded with a mid-grade reincarnation rank weapon. Those who collect 60 tokens will be rewarded with a high-grade reincarnation rank martial art. Those who collect 90 tokens will be rewarded with a high-grade reincarnation rank weapon. When this message was transmitted, the expressions of the 2 people who were begging for mercy froze. This meant that there was no point in begging for mercy. 2 tokens would allow them to pass, but if they wanted the reward, they would have to go on a killing spree. We are willing to help you collect tokens. We can be your helpers. You just need to give us 1 token. The 2 of them crawled towards Yi Tianyin on their knees. Their eyes were filled with pleading intent. Yi Tianyin looked at them indifferently, and just as he was about to say something, the 2 of them suddenly jumped up, and 2 daggers appeared in their hands. Without hesitation, they attacked his vitals. Scram! Yi Tianyin swung his leg, and the 2 of them were sent flying. After smashing through a few trees, they no longer had any signs of life and couldn't be more dead. I knew that you guys didn't have good intentions, but even if there is no reward, when you decided to attack me, your fate was already decided. Yi Tianyin extended his hand, and the tokens on their corpses were sucked over. At the same time, their storage rings were taken over. He wanted to nurture a faction, and resources must not be lacking. When the tokens on their bodies disappeared, all of them disappeared and were teleported back to their original temple. But what they were teleported back were corpses, not alive. Yi Tianyin glanced around and didn't pay any attention to them. He lifted his foot and walked forward. When he left, a few shocked gazes flickered in the corner of the forest. They originally wanted to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, who knew that when they saw Yi Tianyin's strength, their hearts trembled, and they didn't dare to attack. Yi Tianyin couldn't be bothered with them, and lifted his foot and walked forward. There were many people like this on the way, and he didn't need to worry about the tokens. As expected, groups after groups of people appeared on the road, and they all wanted to snatch his tokens. In the end, they were all instantly killed by him. Chapter 991. This is already the 5th batch. Tianyan looked at the more than 30 badges in his pocket. He didn't even purposely collect them, yet more than 30 had already come to him. Being alone had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could attract cultivators to hunt him down. There was no need to search for them, and there was no need to distribute them. The disadvantage was that he didn't know how many people would come. It would be troublesome if dozens of them came. Of course, Tianyan wasn't worried at all. Others might be a bit more worried and wished for more opponents, so that he wouldn't have to search for them. At the same time, in another area of the Godwar continent, there was a huge arena. In this martial arts arena, a large group of people sat around. Nian, Xiyu, Yu Yanglong, and the other elders were among them. There was even a domain lord. They were all sitting in a certain area. Apart from them, there were many experts from other divine realms sitting on the side. Now, they were all looking up into the sky. There was a ranking in the sky, and the number of medallions each person had would be displayed. First place, Heavenly Pillar and Earthly Lord, 278 badges. Second place, Cloud Thunder Lord, 170 badges. Third place, they were listed one by one. These were all their names. As for Tianyan, he was called Heavenly Cloud, Earthly Lord. Everyone's names were displayed on the huge projection in the sky. If one gave up, their name would disappear. On the other hand, if they obtained a lot of badges, their ranking would keep rising. The elders were looking for their disciples' names. If their names appeared in the top 100, they would jump up in excitement. This was a chance to show off. How could they let go of this chance? Tianyan and Morong Zhao's rankings are quite low. They only have a few badges. They quickly found Tianyan and Morong Zhao's names. However, their rankings weren't high. They were at the bottom. On the contrary, Yuan Tianyou's ranking was slightly higher, so he was able to occupy a good position. Yuan Tianyou's results aren't bad. He has more than a dozen badges, and that Sima Kong too. They were surprised by the newcomers. They didn't expect that the first ones to have good results were not Tianyan or Morong Zhao, but Sima Kong's group. Wait, some of our people are missing. They've been eliminated. Yu Yanglong quickly saw how many of their disciples were missing. Did they get ambushed? They couldn't see what was happening inside and could only see the rankings. Sima Kong's group was very likely to fight someone, so they would suffer great losses. Since they were the leaders, the tokens would be with them. Naturally, they would be at the front. Tianyu Region Lord, I heard that you have a good foreign aid this time, but it doesn't seem to be in the top ranks. The Region Lord of the 9 regions smiled. It seemed like a normal question, but in fact it was a slap in the face. The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that Yi Futian had inquired about him and knew that he had hired external help. Morong Zhao was a foreign aid. He had a good reputation in the first-grade sacred realm and was considered an independent force. Thank you for your concern. It's just the beginning. We'll see later, the Domain Lord retorted. It was just the beginning, and there was no need to rush. That's true, but if the beginning is not smooth, it will be difficult later. The Domain Lord of the 9 regions was full of pride. Some of their subordinates had more than 30 badges, which was more than 20 more than the Heavenly Mandate realm. No wonder they were so arrogant. Usually, the relationship between the two families was not so good. Now, it was as if they had eaten gunpowder and started to fight. That's right. The Heavenly Mandate realm's ranking was always at the bottom. I don't know if it's any better this time. If it doesn't, it will be difficult in the future, the Domain Lord of the Fire Jade Sacred Realm said. He was obviously on the same side as the Domain Lord of the 9 regions. The Domain Lord didn't look good. He was continuously criticized, but he couldn't refute. What could he do? Looking at the first place, there were more than 200 badges. They weren't at the same level at all. Thinking about it, that level was too incredible. He must be a super genius. As for the god realms with such geniuses, they were very calm on the side. They were very satisfied with the results of their disciples. In short, it was just the beginning, and they were both happy and worried. Only a few domain lords of the god realm smiled. Collecting the badges was based on the premise that the other side failed. Some people were happy and some were depressed. The heavenly mandate realm was obviously one of them. They had invited foreign aid, but it seemed that the beginning was not smooth. He talked about the beginning, which was a bit hard to admit. It was obvious that the top 10 had more than 100 badges. It was just a matter of strength, and it had nothing to do with the beginning. We have always been steady. After a while, we will definitely be able to rush up. After all, we still have a lot of time, right? Nian Tsiu said. If someone wanted to step on the heavenly mandate realm, she wouldn't let it happen. Oh, then let's wait and see. The domain lord of the 9 region showed a sarcastic smile. This kind of scene had happened a long time ago. In the end, the heavenly mandate realm still lost all the way. Nian Tsiu's eyes flashed. She stared at the situation on Yi Tianyun's side. She could only hope that Yi Tianyun would really break out. She believed that Yi Tianyun would definitely be able to break out, but she didn't know when he would do it. The heavenly mandate realm depends on you. Nian Tsiu bit her lip. She had been suppressing her hope, and it could be swept away. As if Yi Tianyun heard her hope, the number suddenly began to change, jumping up continuously. First, it started from 6 badges, and then it jumped up. 11, 15, 21, 27, 45, 56. The number seemed to be crazy, jumping up continuously. It scared Nian Tsiu so much that she stood up. Elder Nian, what's wrong? The heavenly mandate realm lord asked. Quick, look. Nian Tsiu pointed at Yi Tianyun's name that kept jumping up, and her face was flushed with excitement. The domain lords of the 9 region couldn't help but look over. They found that the names of the participants representing the heavenly mandate realm were jumping up rapidly from the original level of the bottom. He suddenly rushed to the top 100. Originally, he was tens of thousands of places, but under the rapid rush, he actually made it to the top 100. Although he was still far from the front, he had already made it to the top 100. He immediately slapped the domain lords of the 9 region in the face. This isn't the external help. They all stood up in shock. They all knew the name of the external help. It was called Morong Shao. Now, the number of badges Morong Shao had increased, but it was at most a dozen. However, Yi Tianyun seemed to be on drugs, crazily rushing up. No matter what the situation was, the elders of the heavenly mandate realm were all excited, as if they had seen hope. Chapter 992. Yi Tianyun didn't know what was happening outside, let alone his own situation. He had fought for the heavenly mandate sacred region. He didn't deliberately search for the tokens, and just kept moving forward. He would kill anyone who stood in his way without showing any mercy. Showing mercy here would be courting death. He had already tried this a long time ago. As long as the opponent didn't throw out the tokens, it was useless no matter what he said. He was strong, but the other party could definitely throw the token away before he could reach them. However, they didn't do so. Without a doubt, they didn't want to surrender and were plotting something in their minds. Therefore, there were people who didn't have eyes and kept charging at him. The tokens naturally came flying out, thinking that he had fallen behind. Even if they thought he was alone, they all thought he was an idiot. Being overconfident would only lead to death. However, Yi Tianyun belonged to the very confident and powerful type. It wouldn't be difficult for him to crush them. Batch after batch, the experience gained is quite a lot. Yi Tianyun was very satisfied. If this continued, he wouldn't have any problem breaking through to the 7th refining Earth Lord level. The problem was that there wasn't a place for him to undergo the heavenly tribulation. If he did so casually, these people would definitely sneak up on him. He continued to kill his way forward. His mind wasn't on the tokens at the moment. He just kept moving forward. He was heading to his destination. The road was still quite far, so he could kill slowly along the way without being in a hurry. As for the ranking, he didn't care at all. The biggest benefit of obtaining the most tokens in the first round was the extra reward. The disciples wouldn't be selected immediately, unless they were extremely heaven-defying, such as those who obtained tens of thousands of tokens. They would be selected immediately. Of course, killing tens of thousands of participants would be too much. The Godly War continent wasn't small and was scattered everywhere. Therefore, it was still difficult to obtain so many tokens. Girl, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. Let's see how you can fight this time. You guys dare to use poison. A familiar voice came from the side and attracted Yi Tianyin's attention. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in any disputes, but the voice that came to him was Morong Zhao's voice. He frowned, but still chose to walk over. Morong Zhao was a little stubborn, but other than that, there didn't seem to be much of a problem. Since they were from the same sect, he decided to go over and help them. Who knew what these fellows would do? When he passed a section of the road, he immediately saw that Morong Zhao's face had turned black. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have noticed that there was a sharp thorn on her body. Who would have thought that a tiny spike would cause a 7th refinement Earth Monarch's battle prowess to plummet? From the looks of it, not to mention fighting, he couldn't even escape. Jade River Divine Poison. If used in large quantities, it can greatly weaken the opponent's battle prowess, ultimately paralyzing the opponent's body and rendering them unable to move. Jade River Divine Poison. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes. This was a rare poison. It seemed like Morong Zhao had forced him into a corner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this. So what if he used poison? Do we still need to follow the rules here? I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. Surrender just because we said so? I'll give you 2 choices. Either throw away the token and scram, or don't blame us for being impolite. The leading man was a 6th refinement Earth Monarch. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Morong Zhao's, he used a little trick to trick her. He rubbed his palms and sized up Morong Zhao. He licked his lips and said, I've never tried a girl with such a high cultivation. Flirting with the clouds and rain in the Godly War continent is quite interesting. The others roared with laughter. If Morong Zhao didn't throw away the token, then she would be completely paralyzed. At that time, she would be at their mercy and wouldn't be able to move. Morong Zhao's eyes were cold. She held her rapier and coldly said, You want me to surrender? Impossible. She was still as stubborn as before. It was impossible for her to surrender, especially since she had just started. She didn't want to lose right away. Her clan had placed a lot of hope on her by letting her participate in this tournament. If she couldn't even pass the first round, then it would be extremely embarrassing. Is that so? Then come and kill us. Come here. They laughed shamelessly at Morong Zhao. They didn't have any intention to attack at all. They just wanted Morong Zhao to attack, because the more she attacked, the faster the poison would circulate in her body. At that time, she would naturally be paralyzed even faster. Once her body was paralyzed, she would be at the mercy of others. Die! Morong Zhao shouted and turned into a ray of cold light. Even though she was poisoned, she still unleashed an extraordinary stab. This stab caused their expressions to darken. They quickly dodged to the side, not daring to come into contact with the sharp edge. Attack this way. After dodging, they laughed at Morong Zhao again, purposely attracting Morong Zhao's attack. Suddenly, a green light appeared in Morong Zhao's eyes. In the next moment, countless vines shot up from the ground and entangled several cultivators in front of him. What's going on? The sudden change scared them, especially those who were firmly controlled by the vines and couldn't move at all. When they wanted to break free, a cold light had already pierced through their chests. Following that, a green light bloomed and quickly drained the life force in their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator became shriveled and looked very horrifying. After a while, the cultivator was dying and didn't seem to have any combat power. When Morong Xiao killed people, she was not careless at all. She was full of murderous intent. Immediately, she stabbed another cultivator. With a puff sound, she easily penetrated the body of the other cultivator. Like the previous one, he was sucked dry in the blink of an eye. "Quick, stop her!" The cultivators who had not been entangled were terrified and immediately charged towards Morong Xiao to attack her. At this time, Morong Xiao quickly counterattacked. Dang! Morong Xiao was pushed back by the impact. He staggered and fell to the ground. His face turned even darker. Even if she had an amazing divine wood body, she couldn't detoxify this poison in a short time. It was quite amazing that she could still burst out such amazing power. Damn it, this time we finally subdued her. She killed 2 of our brothers. This woman is really powerful. One of the men was immediately angry and wanted to stab Morong Xiao with his sword. Morong Xiao bit her lips and wanted to take out the token from her arms and throw it. Suddenly, a figure flew over and kicked the man away. He smashed into a giant tree on the side and turned into a pile of soft mud. Chapter 993. That's right, it's me. Tianyin continued to kick to the side and easily finished off the other cultivators. He finished them all with 1 kick and definitely didn't need a second kick. After finishing them off, he came in front of Morong Xiao and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have this moment. You actually fell for their trap." As he spoke, he kept the spoils of war. These were all his spoils of war, so he naturally accepted them without hesitation. "None of your business." Morong Xiao snorted and didn't buy it. "None of my business? I don't know who all wanted to take out the token to surrender." Tianyin looked at her and said with a faint smile, "If I didn't come out, you would probably have been eliminated. Aren't you going to thank me? I'm your savior. You should at least thank me, right?" Morong Xiao snorted and turned her head to the side. She still didn't seem to appreciate it, but she still said softly, "Thank you." "What? I can't hear what you said at all. Say it again." Of course, Tianyin could hear it. Even if her voice was dozens of times softer, he would still be able to hear it. However, her voice was indeed too soft and didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing. "Thank you, you can do it." Morong Xiao shouted at him. "Yes." Tianyin shrugged helplessly and said, "It's just that your attitude is a little bad. You have to be more sincere when you thank me." "Forget it. Let me help you detoxify it. If I don't detoxify it, who knows when you will be able to move again. This is the Jade River Divine Poison. You can detoxify it." Morong Xiao was a little surprised. "I should be able to. Won't you know after trying? Even if you have the divine wood body and can detoxify it yourself, it will still take a long time. At that time, you can forget about taking the test. You will be paralyzed all the way." Tianyin reached out and pulled out a thin needle from her body and threw it to the side. As soon as it landed, the thin needle sank into the ground. Soon the ground turned black. It was enough to show how terrifying the poison was. This poison is truly frightening. If it was someone else, how could they resist? They would be dead for sure. Tianyin shook his head. It might seem like an earth monarch was very powerful, but there were still terrifying poisons that could kill people. The body of divine wood isn't that lucky. Her eyes were a little dim, and she didn't know what she had gone through. Tianyin looked at her expression and didn't continue the topic. He reached out his hand and released the hell-devouring flame, aiming at her injury. This flame quickly refined the toxins in her body. Although she had a divine wood body and was very sensitive to fire, it did not matter if it was a Yin fire type. "Dark, devouring flame," she exclaimed. This was a pretty good demon flame. She didn't expect Tianyin to have such a trick up his sleeve. Tianyin continued to help her refine the toxins in her body. His speed wasn't considered fast, but it wasn't slow either. This Jade River God poison was quite astonishing. If it was so easy to cure, Morong Shao wouldn't be trapped here. Ordinary poisons couldn't harm her at all. The Jade River God poison was more powerful, which was why it caused such a situation. Of course, as her cultivation increased, there wouldn't be any problems. Any Jade River God poison would be useless. The divine wood body wasn't a joke. It was very resistant to poison. The Jade River God poison could be cured by itself. It just needed a bit of time to know how strong it was. If it was any other cultivator, they wouldn't be able to move a long time ago. They might even be poisoned to death. Morong Shao watched as he seriously detoxified the poison for her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated gaze. Yi Tianyan didn't even look at her. He took out the long life necklace and started to increase the healing speed. Morong Shao immediately felt the surging life force, which made her feel incomparably, pleasantly surprised. This life force is so dense. What kind of treasure is it? She was shocked. She had never seen a treasure with such dense life force. A family heirloom. Yi Tianyan said casually. Morong Shao rolled her eyes. Who didn't know that this thing was precious? She just wanted to ask what kind of treasure it was. I didn't think that there would be a pair of dog and dog healing here. At this time, a few people who didn't have eyes came out from the forest. When they saw Yi Tianyan and Morong Shao, their eyes revealed pleasant surprise. You guys can either throw out your tokens or become a pair of lovebirds. Make your choice. Yi Tianyan didn't even turn his head as he continued to heal Morong Shao. Morong Shao opened her mouth and wanted to say that there were enemies behind and let him deal with them. Suddenly, a rumble came out from behind. A few huge demonic beasts rushed out from the ground and suppressed them all. Demonic beasts. Morong Shao pointed at the giant porcupines behind Yi Tianyan. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She even wanted to jump up and kill them. However, she was pressed to the ground by Yi Tianyan and couldn't move. Focus on healing, Yi Tianyan said. But Morong Zhao's expression was anxious. She immediately saw these demonic beasts gradually burrowing back into the ground. The original hole in the ground was quickly repaired. Not a single trace could be seen. They would repair the hole themselves. This way, no one would be able to see that they were hiding below. What's going on? Morong Shao was dumbfounded. She didn't know what was going on. The demonic beasts came out and then left. Most importantly, they didn't even look at them. Instead, they helped them get rid of these trash. Yi Tianyan couldn't be bothered with her and continued to heal. He caught a few demonic beasts along the way. In any case, he caught all the demonic beasts that attacked him. Because of this, he had gained a lot of combat power. They could be good helpers. Now they were good guards. Under his healing, Morong Shao gradually regained her mobility. The toxins in her body had not been completely cleared. However, it was almost cleared. Basically, it wasn't a big problem. It's almost done. You should be able to expel the remaining toxins soon. Yi Tianyan stood up and pulled her up at the same time. Thank you. Morong Zhao's voice was very sincere. After she finished speaking, her pretty face slightly blushed. Obviously, she had never said such words before. Now that's the tone of thanks. I'll go first. You can go first, Yi Tianyan said with a smile and turned around to leave. Wait, Morong Shao stopped him. Is there anything else? Yi Tianyan turned to look at her. Can I team up with you? Don't worry. I definitely won't take your token. Morong Shao looked at him and said. Yi Tianyan looked at her from head to toe. Did this girl's personality change? All right, then come with me. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we team up. What belongs to you is still yours. In any case, it belongs to whoever solved it. Yi Tianyan didn't want to fight for anything. After all, the rewards weren't his goal. All right, Morong Zhao's heart leaped with joy, and she immediately followed him. Soon, they followed the token and came to a key point, Divine Thunder Drum. Chapter 994. The Thunder Drum of Divinity was the name of this area. This was completely guided by the command medallion. Everyone had to pass through this area, and it was considered an examination point. When the two of them appeared, they could feel the cold gazes from all directions. Itianyin looked back fearlessly and saw that many cultivators had already arrived. However, when he entered this area, he felt that he had entered another space. You cannot attack the other party in the Thunder Drum of Divinity area. Violators will be sentenced to death. The message from the token entered his mind. This meant that this was a safe zone. No wonder the other party only looked over and didn't dare to attack him. Boom! As soon as he entered, a loud thunder sound came from the front, resounding through the clouds. A terrifying wave was transmitted from the thunder drum. However, it was just a wave. What was truly terrifying was that after the thunder drum sounded, the sky started to flicker. An incomparably thick divine thunder smashed down and hit the ground. Boom! The ground wasn't blasted open as expected. Instead, the stone slabs on the ground were lit up. The words on the stone slabs were lit up layer by layer. Soon, they stopped at the words 4th grade. Damn it, only 4th grade. The 6th refined earth Lord sighed and shook his head. Shortly after, a ray of light flashed in the air. 40 tokens fell down and were easily caught by him. Then he dashed forward and didn't stay here any longer. I can get 60 tokens at the 4th grade level. This is simply a good place to earn tokens. Etienne's eyes flashed. The token had just transmitted the rules here. These 10 thunder drums of divinity were all tools for the test. What they needed to do was to throw a punch. The stronger the punch, the stronger the divine thunder. After the divine thunder smashed down, the higher the grade of the steel it hit, the more tokens one would get. 1st grade was the lowest. One would get 5 tokens. 2nd grade would get 15 tokens. 3rd grade would get 30 tokens. 4th grade would get 60 tokens. 5th grade would get 90 tokens. 6th grade would get 150 tokens. 7th grade would get 300 tokens. 8th grade would get 1,000 tokens. 9th grade would get 5,000 tokens. This was simply a godlike increase. At the end, the number would increase by several times. It was really scary. That's right. There are already 60 pieces at the 4th grade. If we continue to go up, we'll definitely be able to fly. Murong Zhao's eyes lit up. She also wanted to get a good result. Right now, she didn't have many tokens, so if she could make a killing here, she would immediately rush up. It was much more profitable than robbing, especially for rank 6 and above. If it reached rank 9, it would be 5,000 bucks. Just thinking about it at the rank 9 level was enough. To be able to give out such a terrifying reward, the difficulty must be extremely shocking. Look, that's a super genius from the 9 divine realms. His name is Earth Monarch Sun Shui. He seems to have collected 400 to 500 tokens, and his talent is even more astonishing. Now that I've already reached the 7 refinements Earth Monarch level, I wonder what kind of results I can produce. He's definitely a 4th grade martial artist or above. He's much stronger than the previous one. It was just that the name sounded a little feminine. Snow Forest Earth Lord. He looks like a big guy. If I didn't know better, I would have thought he was a girl. Quite a number of cultivators were resting at the side. This was the best place for them to rest, since they couldn't fight here. The name was indeed interesting, Snow Forest Earth Lord. He looked very demonic. His entire body was snow white, and even his hair was white. He exuded a chilly aura from head to toe. It was obvious that he had an ice attribute physique. When looking at him from the side, he did look like a woman. However, he was actually a man, just that his appearance was more feminine. He pinched his thumb and middle finger and flipped in the air. A white snow lotus bloomed in the air, and snowflakes fell rapidly from the surroundings. Netherworld, white snow. Accompanied by a feminine shout, the white snow lotus collided with the godly thunder drum. When it was about to collide with the godly thunder drum, the snow lotus suddenly turned into an ice phoenix and collided with it. Boom! When the ice phoenix collided with the godly thunder drum, a loud sound was heard. The huge ice phoenix turned into a pile of snowflakes and drifted down, giving everyone a scare. They thought that the godly thunder drum had been pierced through. In reality, it didn't pierce through the godly thunder drum. However, the sound that was transmitted to them seemed to have pierced through the godly thunder drum. Boom! A shock wave immediately shot up into the sky. Following that, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and smashed on the stone tablet in front of them. Soon, layers of light stacked on top of each other. First rank, second rank, third rank, fifth rank. Finally, this terrifying shockwave displayed the power of a fifth rank. Although they did not know how to define it, it was quite amazing to be able to unleash the power of a fifth rank. Immediately, 90 tokens fell into the hands of Earth Lord Sun Shui. Only fifth rank. Earth Lord Sun Shui was dissatisfied. He then continued to try. Everyone had 3 chances. Earth Lord Sun Shui bombarded the tokens again and again. On the second attempt, it was a 6th rank. On the third attempt, it was still a 6th rank. Immediately, he obtained 390 tokens. It was a piece of cake. After obtaining the tokens, Earth Lord Sun Shui floated away. It would be admirable if it was a woman, but it was a man. His beautiful expression was even more attractive than a woman's. The highest is a 6th rank. It's amazing. The 9-territory celestial realm is not bad to be able to nurture such a genius. That's nothing. The previous Earth, Lord Tianqing, was even more impressive. He directly produced a 8th rank. The first 2 times he produced a 7th rank, and the last time he produced a 8th rank. What a steal! What? Someone actually produced a 8th rank. Of course, Earth Lord Tianqing was not the only one who produced such a shocking result. There was another one who produced a 8th rank as well. Everyone took a deep breath. They did not expect someone to produce a 8th rank. It was unprecedented. 8th rank, Yi Tianyan looked at the divine thunder drum. Through the appraisal eye, he could tell how much strength was required to produce a 8th rank. Although it did not represent all of the strength, it could at least show a part of the standard. To produce a 8th rank, one would need to be at least at the level of the Lord of Heaven. This meant that these Earth Lords had the power of the Lord of Heaven. No wonder Nian Xi Yu said that it would be great if they could make it to the top 10. If they were to unleash their full power, it would be even more unbelievable. Although they could earn a lot of tokens, it was impossible for them to unleash their full power here. It would undoubtedly be equivalent to exposing their strength. Therefore, the real situation would definitely be much stronger than it was now. Come on, let's see how far we can go. Morong Xiao was eager to try. She also wanted to see what level she could reach. Chapter 995. Yi Tianyan and Morong Xiao were ready. They walked towards the gods' war thunder drum. There were 10 gods' war thunder drums here, and there were always people challenging them. However, compared to the previous ones, they were not outstanding. They were all rank 2 or 3, and the most were rank 4. One could imagine how much weaker they were compared to the previous ones, especially when they used all their strength. They still had such ordinary results. It could only be said that it would be extremely difficult for them to enter the top 100. Miss Mu. At this time, a familiar voice came from the side. Yi Tianyan turned his head. If it was not Yuan Tianyu, who else could it be? Not only Yuan Tianyu, but Sima Kong was also here. Originally, they could have come earlier. However, they helped Morong Xiao treat her injuries on the way, which delayed their journey. Otherwise, he would have been here long ago, and they would not have arrived first. When Yuan Tianyu saw Yi Tianyan beside her, his face sank. He did not expect that Yi Tianyan would be with Morong Xiao. So it's you. Morong Xiao looked at them indifferently. It seems that you are here early. It's just that there are fewer people compared to before. Yuan Tianyo's team had indeed lost a lot of people. Basically, more than half of them were gone. This made Sima Kong and the others feel very embarrassed. They had indeed lost a lot of people. We encountered many strong enemies along the way. It's normal to have losses. Most of us made it through. Yuan Tianyu explained for them. What does that have to do with me? Murong Xiao replied indifferently. She turned her head to Yi Tianyin and said, Let's go. Let's try the God's War Thunder Drum and see what grade it can reach. She spoke to Yi Tianyin with enthusiasm. She was not as cold as she was to Yuan Tianyu. Okay. Yi Tianyin was also too lazy to look at Yuan Tianyu and the others. He lifted his foot and walked forward. What's going on? Why did their relationship suddenly become better? Yuan Tianyu clenched his fists tightly. Previously, they were clearly not together, which made him secretly happy. Who would have thought that not long after, the two of them would stay together and have a good relationship? Junior brother Yuan, isn't this your chance to shine? You have made some progress in your cultivation these past few days. The Divine Battle Thunder Drum is the best opportunity for you to perform. Sikong Ma gestured for Yuan Tianyu to try the thunder drum of God's battle. Winning the heart of a beauty with true strength was the simplest and most brutal way. That's true. Yuan Tianyu looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. He stomped on the ground and pounced towards the God Battle Thunder Drum. He turned into a bolt of lightning and streaked across the sky. A huge thunder dragon roared behind him as if it had really turned into a real dragon. In fact, he had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, so his talent was naturally not bad. Such a shocking performance attracted the attention of many. The power of the sixth refinement, Earthly Lord, was fully released. Thunder Dragon roar! Yuan Tianyu threw a heavy punch. With a dong sound, the Divine Battle Thunder Drum rumbled. Rings of energy fluctuations began to surge into the sky. Soon, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and began to light up the words on the stone tablet. Soon the first and second grades rose and finally stopped at the 5th grade level. He had perfectly obtained 90 tokens. It was quite a good result. Compared to the one that Yi Tianyin saw at the beginning, it was a level stronger. The cultivation was the same, but the power was completely different. This was only the first punch. It might even reach the 6th grade level later on. Landing from the sky, Yuan Tianyu was quite satisfied with his punch. He looked towards Murong Xiao to see if Murong Xiao was attracted by him. The 5th grade level is not bad. Yi Tianyin nodded and looked at Yuan Tianyu in a new light. It was not that the power was very strong, but for Yuan Tianyu to be able to display such power in such a situation, he was quite capable. You call this not bad? You can't even squeeze into the top 100, right? It's just average, right? Murong Xiao's poisonous tongue was displayed again. She did not show any mercy to Yuan Tianyu. Yuan Tianyu was a little annoyed. His punch was not bad, but it was only average. Miss Mu, I wonder if you can give me some advice? He had been scolded, and now he was finally angry. He thought that he could get the favor of the beauty, but who knew that he would be scolded instead? Yi Tianyin shook his head. It seemed that Yuan Tianyu was driven crazy. Just watch. Murong Xiao sneered. She stepped on the ground and leaped high. In an instant, a giant tree appeared behind her. The dense branches and leaves covered the sky. Then, like a giant tree that crashed into the bronze bell, she charged forward fiercely. Dong! A deafening sound was heard. The entire divine battle thunder drum shook and almost moved back. Then a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Then the number on it lit up and finally stopped at the 6th grade level. Soon, 150 tokens were easily obtained. It directly crushed Yuan Tianyu's punch. How do you feel? Murong Xiao looked at Yuan Tianyu and smiled. I know your intention. If you want to chase after me, you have to at least be stronger than me. Do you understand? These words were quite straightforward. Morong Xiao was not a fool. She could see that Yuan Tianyu wanted to chase after her. If he could not even beat her, what was the point of chasing after her? Yuan Tianyu's expression was ugly. Then he roared and continued to smash the divine battle thunder drum. However, no matter how hard he smashed, it was still at the 5th grade level. He could not reach the 6th grade level unless he burned his blood essence or something. However, burning his blood essence here was obviously not rational. In the end, the last 3 attempts all ended at the 5th grade. The number of tokens obtained was still considerable. However, he still could not surpass Morong Xiao's results. He could only stay behind. 3 attempts, and you can't even surpass me once. Morong Xiao laughed softly. Then, under everyone's gaze, she smashed down heavily. With a boom, it finally reached the 7th grade level. It actually had the power of a 7th grade. Morong Xiao's potential was not to be underestimated. Yuan Tianyu's face was pale. He thought that his strength could catch up with Morong Xiao. Now it seemed that he was wrong. He could not catch up at all. Then Morong Xiao smashed down heavily again. The 3rd time it fell to the 6th grade. However, it was not bad. She obtained 600 tokens and left Yuan Tianyu far behind. The poison is not completely cleaned. Are there any restrictions? Tianyan walked over and asked. A little. Morong Xiao's face was pale. Her performance was not good because the poison was acting up a little. Of course, it could not continue if it was not completely cleaned. Then rest well. When the poison is removed, we will act again. Tianyan said. Chapter 996. Tianyan smiled and looked up at the thunder drum of God. Should he use his full strength, or should he just perform normally? When he was about to give it a try, a harsh voice came from the side. Is this the strength of the heavenly mandate realm? It still feels ordinary. Speaking of which, Morong Xiao has made some progress, but he still has a long way to go. At this time, a beautiful girl walked over. She wore a blue dress, and her long skirt fluttered in the wind. She was about the same age as Morong Xiao, and the two obviously knew each other. There were many cultivators behind her. They should be from the same sect as her, or they were her supporters. They all looked at her with fanatical eyes. So, it's you, Qingling. I was wondering who it was. You still haven't changed your arrogance? Morong Xiao's words were sarcastic, and she felt extremely disdainful of her. Miss you, long time no see. Yuan Tianyu hurried over to greet her, his eyes flashing with surprise. That's right, senior brother Yuan, long time no see. Your performance just now was not bad. Compared to before, you have improved a lot. Yu Qingling's phoenix eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It seemed that she was interested in Yuan Tianyu. It's just so. I haven't used my full strength yet. Yuan Tianyu scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling like he was bathing in a cool breeze. Then Yu Qingling looked at Tianyan, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, Morong Xiao, your taste is really bad. You want this kind of man? He doesn't look very powerful. Did the Mu clan allow you two to be together? Yu Qingling, clean your mouth for me. He is not my man, he is my friend. Morong Xiao immediately retorted, but her pretty face was a little red. Why are you in such a hurry to refute? But it is rare to see our Miss Mu with a man. There must be something fishy. Yu Qingling smiled and said, He just looks a little bad. I really feel sorry for young Masterling. She gave up young Masterling's pursuit and went with this unknown boy. Don't worry, he's 100 times better than that young Masterling. Just his character alone is many times better than that young Masterling. Morong Xiao said sarcastically. Tianyan rubbed his nose. His luck was indeed pretty good. He could see the general situation now, which was that the relationship between the two clans was not very good. The other party represented the Fire Jade Divine Realm. He believed that, like the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm, they were both external reinforcements. Yu Qingling's cultivation was similar to Murong Zhao's. They were both at the 7th refinement Earth monarch realm, but in terms of overall strength, there wasn't much to see. Oh, so outstanding? Yu Qingling sneered. In my opinion, being able to reach the 5th grade is already the most he can do. How is this not bad? Young Masterling has already come here before and easily obtained a rank 7. If he unleashes a little more power, even a rank 8 won't be a problem. It was very obvious that Yu Qingling was on young Masterling's side. She probably had a good impression of young Masterling, but young Masterling ignored her and only wanted to pursue Murong Xiao. 7th grade, Murong Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled. He can reach the 8th grade. Young Masterling isn't even worth a strand of his hair. Yi Tianyan gasped at the side. Wasn't this attracting hatred for him? He couldn't help but pat Murong Zhao's head and stare at her. What are you talking about? Are you trying to cause trouble for me? Murong Xiao covered her head and looked at him pitifully. Big brother Tianyan, can you help me? Help me. After this is over, I will definitely repay you well. Yi Tianyan rolled his eyes at her. He didn't accept this kind of request at all. Oh, how arrogant. You're not even worth a strand of his hair. Yu Qingling looked at Yi Tianyan and sneered. You can reach the 8th grade, then show me? Murong Xiao, your taste is really getting worse. The human race is so trash, and he's from an ordinary god realm. I really feel embarrassed for you. In my opinion, he's not even worth a strand of young Masterling's hair. Yi Tianyan looked at her and said indifferently, I don't care how the two of you fight, but isn't it too boring for you to bring up the human race? Did I say anything wrong? Yu Qingling spread her hands and looked at him with a disdainful smile. The human race has always been at the bottom of the hierarchy. If they continue to reproduce with our bloodline, what future will their descendants have? Yu Qingling, shut up. Murong Xiao sneered. Don't think that you're very noble. The human race is at the bottom, but they've never given up. Oh, just because your mother is a human, you're so supportive of the human race? To be honest, if you hadn't inherited your father's bloodline, do you think you would have such talent today? Yu Qingling pointed out some things. Murong Xiao trembled with anger. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Tianyan reached out and pressed down on her little head. Sometimes, don't be so cheap with your mouth. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Yi Tianyan said indifferently. Are you threatening me? With just you? Yu Qingling was not afraid at all. She was not weak herself, and she had a group of people behind her. I don't care what grudges there are between the two of you, but you'll soon find that you're not even as good as the human race. A pile of trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyan turned around and rushed towards the divine War Thunder Drum. Who are you calling trash? Yu Qingling shouted coldly. However, Yi Tianyan had already rushed out and ignored her. Dragon God Bloodline, activate. Heaven-shaking divine art, activate. Phoenix Bloodline, activate. Ancient Set, activate. He activated it layer by layer. As he madly rushed forward, each step left a deep footprint on the ground. Just as he was about to rush under the divine War Thunder Drum, he stomped on the ground with all his might and flew up like a bomb. He quickly turned around in the air and kicked the divine War Thunder Drum. Boom! This loud sound seemed to resound through the 9 heavens. Immediately after, the divine War Thunder Drum let out a crack sound and caved in. The huge divine War Thunder Drum actually retreated a little. Kaboom! A huge bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and landed heavily on the stone tablet. The words on the tablet began to appear layer by layer, and finally stopped at the 8th grade. With just one kick, it had the power of an 8th grade. Everyone was shocked. This was not the end. Yi Tianyan, in the air, quickly turned around and kicked again. This time, the strength was even more terrifying than before. Boom! The divine War Thunder Drum moved half a step back again, and a huge bolt of lightning struck down from the sky again. It was still the 8th grade, but it was already at the limit of the 8th grade. It was only a little bit away from the 9th grade. "Open for me," Tianyin roared. His right foot instantly turned into a huge meteorite. With the support of the planet energy in his body, he was now, like a planet, smashing down heavily. Boom! The divine war thunder drum was kicked back another meter. The sky was filled with terrifying lightning, and after a while it fell from the sky. Kaboom! Chapter 997. The sound waves transmitted by the thunder drum of God's war were layered, striking hard on everyone's mind. They felt like a huge rock was pressing on their chests. Under this impact, many people could not help but take a few steps back. If they were hit by this force, they would probably be seriously injured, even if they did not die. However, no one cared about this. They were all staring at the stone tablet that was emitting a dazzling light. Rank 9. Rank 9. This was an unbelievable level. It meant that they could enjoy the highest honor, obtain the strongest proof, and even obtain the highest reward. 5,000 tokens. 5,000 tokens far exceeded the level of a rank 8. It could be said that they were not even on the same level. Now, it was obtained by Tianyin, a human. Just like what he said before, those who looked down on humans were now worse than humans. They had always said that humans were trash. Then, what would they be called when they were worse than humans? They were undoubtedly the trash among the trash. 9, rank 9. When the group of people saw the number on the stone tablet, they rubbed their eyes hard. They could not believe the situation in front of them. It was actually rank 9. A value that no one dared to imagine was now presented in front of them. When Murong Xiao came back to her senses, she waved her arms excitedly and said in surprise, "Brother Tianyin, you're amazing!" She was dancing with joy. She was very happy with Tianyin's performance, which was beyond her expectations. Initially, she thought that it would be enough for Tianyin to reach rank 8. Who knew that a rank 9 would appear out of nowhere? Among so many contestants, no one could reach rank 9. Yu Qingling's expression changed instantly. She did not expect Tianyin to reach rank 9. This result was really crushing young Masterling compared to him. Young Masterling was really a hair's breadth. Tianyin slowly descended from the sky and kicked 3 times in a row. He felt quite good. This wasn't even his full strength. He was only using his current state, and he hadn't even used his crazy damage mode yet. Ding! A ray of light flashed in the sky, followed by a pile of tokens falling from the sky. He easily collected them into his pocket. 2 rank 8 and 1 rank 9. He immediately collected 7,000 tokens. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. If he focused on robbing, he would have to defeat at least 7,000 people to obtain that much. If they could easily obtain it here, they would definitely be able to kill a large group of contestants. After Tianyin put away the token, he turned to look at Yu Qingling and saw a group of dumbfounded expressions. Yuan Tianyu couldn't even close his mouth. He had thought that he would be able to get close to Tianyin, but now it seemed like he was overthinking. The two of them were not even on the same level. Being able to reach the 6th stage was already something to be proud of. Compared to Tianyun's 9th level, his 6th level is really not enough. It is simply garbage. From this comparison, one could tell that a 6th pin fighter would get 150 pieces at most, while a 9th pin fighter like Tianyin would get 5,000 pieces. This was a difference of dozens of times, which was hard to make up for. Tianyin couldn't be bothered with them. He looked at Murong Xiao and said indifferently, "Let's go." Wait a moment." Yu Qingling hurriedly called out to him. When Tianyin turned his head to look at her, he saw that her beautiful eyes flashed, and an evil light was released from her eyes. It was like an illusion, and it penetrated deep into Tianyun's eyes. Tianyun's heart began to be charmed by the power of the illusion. Her eyes were like black vortexes, wanting to suck in a person's consciousness. It was impossible to attack here, but this illusion was not an attack, so it was not against the rules. Yi Tianyin walked towards Yu Qingling step by step, and Yu Qingling revealed a victorious smile. Murong Xiao immediately noticed the situation here. Just as he was about to shake Yi Tianyin awake, he had already walked in front of Yu Qingling and said coldly, "You want to charm me with this broken illusion? If it weren't for the fact that I'm here, I would have dug out your eyes right now." Scram! Yi Tianyin coldly snorted, and his aura, which was compressed to the extreme, burst out, forcing Yu Qingling to take a few steps back. Finally, she staggered and fell to the ground. You're actually not affected by my charm." Yu Qingling's eyes were filled with fear. She didn't expect that Yi Tianyin wouldn't be affected by her charm. Most men would be more or less affected by her charm. Even if they weren't controlled, they would at least be attracted to her. Her physique was rather special, and it was easy for her to attract the gazes of men. The crowd behind her was the same. It wasn't that they were being controlled, but that they were involuntarily attracted to this charming physique. This kind of natural physique was extremely attractive to men. However, it was of no use to Yi Tianyin at all. It didn't attract him at all, and instead he was scolded miserably. "Your charm is simply disgusting. It's like a sow smiling at me. Do you think I'll be charmed by you?" Yi Tianyin mocked. "Puchi, you're really vicious." Murong Xiao burst out laughing. He pointed at Yu Qingling and laughed. "But you're right, you're a sow." Yu Qingling's expression turned ugly. She didn't expect to be called a sow in front of a group of people. It was simply a humiliation. "Everyone attack him. Get rid of him," Yu Qingling screamed. Her ear-piercing voice was like that of a female cat whose tail had been stepped on. Many of the crowd were dissatisfied with Yi Tianyin, but Yi Tianyin was an existence that could unleash the power of a Stage 9 expert. Would they be able to fight him? Especially since they couldn't make a move here. They could only watch helplessly. "If you can get rid of me, then come up." "I still think that the token isn't enough." Yi Tianyin looked at her indifferently and said, "I hope you don't become my opponent in the future. Otherwise, don't even think about keeping your mouth." With that, he walked out. Murong Xiao made a face at her and followed Yi Tianyin out. You guys hurry up and catch up to him." Yu Qingling said angrily, We haven't been tested yet. If we leave this place, we won't be able to take the test." "You bunch of trash." Yu Qingling's beautiful eyes were blazing. She stared at Yi Tianyin's back and said, "Next time will be the day you die. What's the use of brute force? Next time, I'll let young Masterling kill you." She knew that Yi Tianyin had some ability, but she still believed that young Masterling could suppress him. After all, he didn't use his full strength. Yi Tianyin clearly used his full strength. Otherwise, how could he unleash such shocking power? Unbeknownst to her, Yi Tianyin also didn't use his full strength. He didn't even use half of his strength. After Yi Tianyin and Murong Xiao left, Murong Xiao gave him a thumbs up and said, "Big Brother Tianyin, you're really too amazing. How about I call you Big Brother Tianyin from now on?" "Up to you." Yi Tianyin shrugged. Although Murong Xiao was a little spoiled, she was much better than Yu Qingling. At least Murong Xiao knew how to distinguish right from wrong.